Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilman Hache.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
And Mayor Newton.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please pause for a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation and our first responders. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We'll start with public comments.
Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes.
I'd like to talk about the parking issue on Heights Road.
Name and address, please.
Diane Vaza, 109 West Ridgewood Avenue. I have pictures. Can I give out the pictures?
I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that slowly?
109 West Ridgewood Avenue, Diane Vaza.
Okay.
Sure, Diane, you
Thank
can give
you.
out pictures. Why don't you hand them to me?
Yeah.
I'll take care of it for you.
The issue is the part of Heights Road that extends from West Ridgewood Avenue to Madison Avenue.
Microphone, just so we can hear you. Just move the microphone up and speak into that
Can
microphone.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. The issue is the part of Heights Road that is between West Ridgewood Avenue and Madison Avenue. Right? There should be no overnight parking on that street, just like it is for the entire village. I mean, that's what the ordinance says. Every single solitary night, I've lived there for maybe 18 years, every night. And I have given her pictures of what a typical night looks like, which it's packed end to end. There's overnight parking there. And just, my neighbors and I have been to the police station a number of times, and all you have to do is call the dispatcher, and the dispatcher says, what's your, your name, your license plate number, and doesn't even repeat it back. I don't even think that they actually write it down at all. And just as an experiment during the past year, I called in 30 times. So for a month, I had a free parking space. I actually didn't. I parked actually in my garage across the street. But the fact of the matter is that it's a safety issue. You cannot, the plows can't come there in the winter. The roads are not cleaned by the street cleaner. People are afraid to walk their dog. My neighbor Gail Jobs can talk about how she almost got hit by a car at 10 o'clock at night because they come around the corner really fast from West Ridgewood Avenue to take the right onto Heights, and there's no visibility there. It's a narrow street, and in point of fact, and we're talking about overnight parking right now, there really should be no parking at all there. I mean, it is narrow and it's a cut-through street.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Plage. I live at 20 Heights Road. I am a 30-year resident of Ridgewood. I've lived 15 years on Lincoln Avenue and 15 years at the bottom of Heights. I just want to talk a little about the parking problem that I've been experiencing on that street. I have a handout.
You could just...
I'll take it. Thanks, Diane.
I specifically want to talk about 2 autos that park every night outside my house, not on my side of the street, but on the other side of the street in front of 5 Heights Avenue, which are the Vandersteer apartments. The Vandersteers are very good landlords. They provide parking for all of their tenants, but 2 tenants that are in apartment 2C do not use their designated parking spots. Vandersteer is out of parking spots, so they rent space at the West Side Presbyterian Church. But these two tenants do not use these two tenants are the last tenants in, so they have to go off-site, and they don't use these two parking spots that they're assigned to. They park 6 nights a week in front of my house for 7 months. It could be three days, 3 nights, 1 night off, another 3 nights, or it could be any combination of those 7. If they are disregarding the ordinance, then it's sort of shameful that they don't get a ticket. They don't get a ticket. I leave my house every morning at 5:30. There's no ticket on their cars. But if they're getting the waiver, I'd like to see if we could alter that waiver where a single car could get 3 nights of parking in front of my house, 1 night off, and 3 nights of parking again for 7, 8, 9, 10 months. I have spoken to the police department, but this has been a while ago. I worked with Captain Keith Killian because I had the problem in 2008 also, but with a different tenant. He was very good. He worked. He corrected the problem, but then he retired, and then I'm back to the problem again. I have spoken to Van der Steer, the property manager, and she did confirm that they do have the parking spots for these 2 tenants. As I said, the landlords are very good people, but I need somebody to enforce it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Coming.
Good evening, Ann Lovin, 342 South Irving Street. At the July 20th Village Council meeting, a citizen came to the mic here and spoke to the council about a complaint she had filed several months ago. She filed the complaint with the Village Council, and it was regarding the village manager, Roberta Sonnenfeld, and her staff. She reported that her complaint had, at that time last fall, been inappropriately forwarded by the former mayor to Mrs. Sonnenfeld, and this prompted a reply from Ms. Sonnenfeld that she said she would not address the complaint. To my understanding, the complaint was to be addressed by the village council, not by the village manager. Ultimately, the citizen says her complaint to the village was ignored and remained unanswered as of July 20th of this year. Subsequent to her initial complaint last fall, there have been additional issues that have involved the same employee, that is, Ms. Sonnenfeld, and the citizen explained that she would now like to bundle them all into one complaint. On July 20th, the citizen asked repeatedly whether there is an official procedure that is to be followed when one files a complaint with the elected body regarding an employee of the village. Mayor Knudsen assured her that the complaint would be addressed and that the procedure would be followed for any such complaint, or the procedure that's supposed to be followed for any such complaint would be clarified within a few days of July 20th. Mayor Knudsen stated that she had taken the complaint very seriously back in October and had asked many questions at that time. On July 20th, Mayor Knudsen instructed the citizen to send all relevant information, including the new matters she is concerned about, to all 5 elected officials. 2 days later, the Ridgewood News had an excellent article summarizing the July 20th meeting. I'd like to digress for a moment and compliment the reporter, Alexandra Hoey, who writes a great overview of the Wednesday night meetings, and she gets them into the paper less than 36 hours later. Really almost like 24 hours later, because the paper's available online on the iPad in Thursday night. In the recent past, news of village council meetings was typically delayed for 9 days, so I very much appreciate Ms. Hoey's efforts when the time frame is so tight for her. In any case, her summary on July 22nd in the newspaper of the July 20th meeting included the fact that this citizen had spoken as I have just described. Well, I was not privy to whether any progress was made on either establishing what the process is for a citizen to complain about a village employee, or whether the specific complaint she was filing had moved forward. But I was floored, absolutely floored, to read a letter to the editor from the village manager in the Ridgewood News on July 29th addressing the matter. Ms. Sonnenfeld seemed to take issue with the article by Alexandra Hoey, but in fact, Ms. Hoey had accurately stated what was said at the meeting. She reported what happened at the meeting. The paragraph in her article was not about the complaint, but it was reporting what a citizen had said at the microphone during an open public meeting, and the reporting was accurate. I was here at that meeting. I know the reporting was accurate. Ms. Sonnenfeld's letter incorrectly corrected the Ridgewood News and then went on to state that the citizen's complaint has indeed been responded to. To my understanding, this is not true. The citizen has received a response from Bergen County, but as of July 20, had not yet received a response to the complaint that she filed with the village of Ridgewood last fall, not received a response from Ridgewood. Is this the way a citizen's complaint is being managed? A letter to the editor, and an inaccurate one at that? Did our elected officials sanction this unusual action? Did the village manager receive instructions from our village council that this was what was to happen? The complaint, to my understanding, was filed with the council, and as such, a response would come from the council, would it not? Surely this matter would not be dealt with by a letter to the editor in the local newspaper, but should be dealt with by official channels. I am completely disheartened and, in fact, embarrassed that our village manager has once again, for lack of a better term, gone rogue. We had the well-documented situation where she interfered with citizens who were legally and lawfully collecting petitions in Van Ness Square. 2 more sentences. We had the still unresolved matter of the village manager being featured heavily in a film promoting a particular vote on the parking referendum, posting this video on a publicly funded website. And now this. When is the village manager going to be held accountable for going off script, for managing the business of our village in a most unprofessional manner? Thank you.
Good evening. Saurabh Tani, 390 Bedford Road, Ridgewood. Respected Mayor and Council members, my first comment tonight is some feedback about 2 items from tonight's meeting agenda. Yesterday, we heard at the Planning Board meeting that one of the multifamily housing developers does not have enough parking spaces in their plan, and they already have a variance for that. When you discuss the overnight parking policy today, can we please consider an ordinance to only allow overnight parking in CBD for residential homes which exist as of today? That is, any new dwellings that are built going forward will not get overnight parking permits on the streets and village-owned parking lots. If this rule is passed before the 4 apartment building owners finalize their plans at the planning board level, hopefully they will add enough parking spaces within their developments and will not crowd village lots. The second discussion item, which I would like to bring to your attention, is the valet parking. I've seen discussions and confusions multiple times on social media where residents have questioned which businesses have valet parking permits and how many parking spots on the street can they block for this valet parking pickup and drop off. If we can publish on the village website a list of those businesses and the number of parking spots that they can block, that will really help in alleviating this confusion among the residents. All we want to know that which businesses have the permits and how many spots can they block, so that will alleviate all the discussion about why some spots are being blocked. Some of the council members don't like the fact that I always speak in these meetings to complain. So I started with 2 small suggestions. Now, moving to the complaint. When I speak this evening, I believe that I'm representing several residents. I've spoken to many about this topic, especially the ones who were very active supporters during your campaigns in May. I would like to clarify that the May election, in which residents came out in record numbers, was not just a repetition of the 3 outgoing council members. It was also a rejection of how Village Hall was being managed under their supervision. That is, how the previous council was condoning the culture at the Village Hall in which village residents were being treated with disrespect. We had hoped that by electing you, the new council, these issues will be fixed and the Village Hall will work for the residents. Unfortunately, that has not happened, and we are very disappointed at this. If we need some information from Village Hall, what is the process for that? I'm talking about other than a document which is an Oprah. If we have a question on a process that was followed to come up, or if we see there is some irregularity and we are asking questions, the village manager doesn't ask our questions. The village clerk's office says you need to ask the village manager because the village clerk through Oprah can only answer or can only provide specific documents that we have or that we request. But to find out those documents, we have questions, and for those questions, we are directed to the village manager, and the village manager doesn't always answer the questions. And when she does, they are almost like an attack on the residents who dare to ask a question. I'm here to respectfully request you for a change at the Village Hall where the village manager can be approached with questions and is willing to answer to the residents/taxpayers who are paying the bills. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Rick Besch, 105 Washington Place. I'd like to pick up a little bit where Ann left off. She set the context for what I'd like to say because it does start out with Roberta's outrageous letter to the Ridgewood News last week, where she mentions this resident's complaint and says that every point was addressed by the county, and the county said that there's no wrongdoing, they can't find anything. And Roberta suggests, if you'd like proof of that, go read the letter that the county wrote in response to the complaint. So here's the letter. Now, if you read this letter, you come off with a very different perception of what actually happened. The reason is, even though every point has a response, not every response is an answer. Some of the responses say, we can't respond to this question. It's not within our jurisdiction. If you need an answer, you need to talk to the village manager. That's essentially what it says. So let's look at an example so we know what we're talking about. In reference to the application that Roberta submitted to the county in last August, asking the county for matching funds for $100,000 for the Shedler project, the person who submitted the complaint writes, the grant application states that municipal funds are the source of the matching funds, but actually the source is a private group, the RBSA. What's up with that? Response from the county, quote, the county trust fund has no jurisdiction over a local government's receipt and or use of monetary donations or gifts and has no power to approve or disapprove of contributions or donations used by the village, unquote. In other words, we can't answer the damn question. If it's a village issue, we can't see into it. You need to deal with it there. As far as we're concerned, we can't see anything wrong at our level. The complainant goes on, unbeknownst to the public and full council, recently the village manager and 3 village council members accepted a $200,000 gift from the RBSA. County response, same answer. We can't answer the question. And on it goes. Questions about the RBSA, questions about 2 different plans, one submitted to the county, one submitted to the village. Can't answer the question. So, in stark contrast to Roberta's statement, public statement in the paper that the complaint was addressed at the county level, although it's supposed to be addressed at the village level, it sounds to me like actually nothing, or some of these points were not answered at all. And the statement that Roberta dwelt on, which is that the county can't find anything wrong, is true in the sense that they can't see anything wrong at their level if they can't look deeper into the municipal level to see where the problems actually are. Roberta Sonnenfeld misrepresented the truth in a public newspaper using her clout as village manager to discredit a resident. That is disgusting. She tried to make herself look like she was blameless. But I know she wasn't blameless. How do I know that? Because of this. This is a copy of 2 emails from the county to Tim Cronin and with Roberta CC'd of September last year after the submission of the application. They're dated September 15th and 21st. And in this set of emails, the gist of them states, you guys better get your act together because you are missing a ton of stuff in this application. For example, you're missing the budget. You're missing a copy of the public hearing advertisement. You're missing a copy of the public hearing minutes. There was no meeting. For God's sake, you're missing the resolution authorizing submission of the application in the first place. You don't have a discussion of the environmental issues. You don't have a discussion of the historic assessment. It goes on and on and on. Roberta even wrote that the public meeting was held in 2012 for this application in 2015. And the county has a good laugh at us when they write, quote, obviously, the village could not have received comments in 2012 for a grant application funding request being submitted in 2015, unquote. This is an exercise and a tour de force in incompetence. Do you think for a minute that Roberta would disclose this to the complainant to help the complainant understand what was happening? 2 more minutes. 1 more minute? Not on your life, because it would make Roberta look like a fool. Instead, Roberta says, I got your complaint. I think it's threatening. I'm not going to answer it. Goodbye. That's our village manager. On the application, it also says that there's $100,000 of municipal funds available for the county to match. On page 5 of the application is Roberta's signature. Here's page 5. I know you can't see it, but her signature is right there. It's dated August 31st, 2015. Right above her signature are the words, quote, all information contained herein and attached hereto is accurate to the best of my knowledge, unquote. Which is too bad because the fact that those funds were available is a lie. They were never approved. They were never discussed. There was never any meeting. She misrepresented a statement about funds for financial gain. In my book, according to the Oxford Dictionary, that's the definition of attempted fraud. Lastly, I would like to say, okay, thank you. I'll close then. Okay.
Okay, please. I'm going to just let him finish so everybody can just...
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'll skip the fact that she's been accused by the New Jersey Foundation of Open Government of ethics law violation. I'll skip all that. And I'll simply say, I ask the council to remove Roberta Sonnenfeld from her position as fast as process allows. She has demonstrated broad incompetence, arrogance, and a pattern of disrespect to our residents. Any inaction on your part is a daily reminder to me and my friends that you condone her behavior, and I hope that's not the case. It's time for her to go. And I ask if you move in this direction and you consider a new candidate, that you actually allow some residents to maybe talk to potential candidates, to let the candidates understand what the residents also expect from someone who has the aptitude to fill that seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a pep talk coming, so. Dave Sloman, 36 Heights Road. I do have a little pep talk. It's my 7-point plan for happiness here in Ridgewood. And I want to start by saying I appreciate all the hard work you guys have obviously already put into the job already. You guys got hit with a heavy load here in the heat of summer. So instead of sneaking off or integrating for a late night swim, we are all here at Village Hall with our sleeves rolled up. It's useful to stop and think about why we're all having to work so hard, and a lot of that hard work is to fix what's broken. In short, the politics of our prior council brought us to the brink of municipal disaster here and dysfunction because representation got lost. Our last mayor broke so much, including trust. His prior council voting bloc believed that the way forward was through capitulation to developers who convinced him and others in a small group to change the fundamental nature of our village. And as we all know so well, these changes, although opposed by the majority of Ridgewood voters who voted all of you into office in landslides, were pushed through in a series of puzzlingly defective processes with erroneous ordinances vis-a-vis 35 units an acre, but leaving 50 units an acre floor area ratio. I'm not sorry, 50, the same floor area ratio of the original 50 units an acre. Giant mistakes, along with highly conflicted votes. The damage from those actions surround us, and we can't rest till they're swept away. Toward this end, I respectfully submit this series of new actions, my 7-point plan, that can be taken quickly, now, without delay, to prevent further harm to the village and undo the damage that has been done. In short, I ask that you guys find the strength to set your own agenda. And that's before I get into 1 through 7. That's number one. You have to set your own agenda. For the past 4 years, the developers and their compatriots and other forces within the village, the developers and their compatriots within our village governance have asserted their own agendas, forcing us to follow, react, and defend. It's time to be as strong as them and set the agenda. Let them react and defend for once, even if some of that has to happen in the courts. So I offer the following list for consideration. Number one, I applaud you for your steps taken to undo Ordinance 3066. Please keep the momentum going and erase that from the books. 2, you've taken an open view towards solving our parking issues, and I'm glad that tonight's agenda includes affordable and sensible initiatives that appear to be long overdue. Let's try them first and get parking right. 3, repeal the 3 high-density housing ordinances now. There is no reason for these laws to remain, these flawed laws to remain on the village books as an inspiration to neighboring owners or other land speculators who might buy up village properties and seek variances or new ordinances for more high-density housing or other non-conforming uses. 4, take a real and creative look at ways to plan properly to meet our affordable housing needs. Perhaps you can amend some of the village property zoning on Chestnut Street to allow for potential future senior affordable housing, a need clearly defined but not honestly met by the current developers. Look at other places where this can be done and include zoning for special needs. In short, set your own agenda. Be proactive. Don't wait till it comes to you. 5, budget for a real master plan review now, and demand that the planning board replace the improper review done earlier this year, where they even forgot to poll residents on our views for Ridgewood's future. Replace it with a real master plan review, done by an unbiased third-party professional firm. I know that you know we need this. We need a real planning Bible, not a fake one. 6, initiate discussions to settle the lawsuits brought by your fellow citizens on the high-density housing matters. You can tell your attorney right now, he's sitting right there, that you want him to initiate settlement discussions this week with your fellow citizens. It is fully within your power to set that agenda. You guys are the bosses here. So what if the developers object and want to intervene? I think that's great. It'll initiate discussion. Be strong and bring them to the table too. Right now, nobody's talking. If needed, you can tell the council lawyer to ask the court to appoint a mediator to oversee a settlement. Let's get this fixed. But let's get this done now, too. Let's stop the need for citizen groups having to keep litigating the preservation of our village. And lastly, I see on the agenda tonight an item to establish an investigation committee related to high-density housing to review the conflicted process that caused these ordinances to be approved by the prior council voting bloc. This investigation, I think, if it's going to happen, as I assume, is truly part of the mandate you guys were given in your landslide victories. This action is necessary to restore confidence. I have 2 sentences left. This action is necessary to restore confidence and trust in our government and its ordinances. Your residents need to know all the hows and whys these ordinances passed, despite the public outcry. So please, be strong on all of this. Set your own agenda to undo the damage. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
This will be our last speaker for the 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think,
I can do mine in like a minute and a half, if that makes a difference.
Talk on a microphone.
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name's Katie. I live at 737 Hillcrest Road. I'm currently interning for the Parks and Recreation Department, and I just came here tonight to share with you what I've been working on. Just to give you a little background about myself, I've worked at Ridgewood Summer Day Camp for the past 5 years, and that inspired me to work on my major project this summer, which was a list of 100 fun summer activities to do in Ridgewood. The activities encourage having a safe and fun summer by getting outside, being creative, and exploring Ridgewood. When I began this project, I was talking with Mrs. Bigos, and we came up with the theme of being in the moment, and the list was really centered on appreciating the little things that Lake has to offer. I'm going to shorten this a little bit. But as citizens who obviously care a lot about our wonderful town, I just wanted to take this opportunity to share with you and encourage you to do the same with your family. So I have printed out lists if you want. Okay.
Is this the color one? Yes? Okay, great.
And I have a few copies if anyone else wants them. I'll leave them right here. It's in color, so we splurged. But yeah, I just want to have other people have some time. But thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your night.
okay. Thank you. Okay. So just to be clear, Heather, we're just going to hear from everyone who's online tonight.
Because it's 30 minutes, so I always say...
So anyone who's online, we will hear from, okay? And let's just try to keep it as brief as possible so we could move it along.
Yeah, woman in the wheelchair. Also, woman in the wheelchair.
I know, Megan. I know, we have...
Good evening.
Yeah, okay.
Brian Shevlin, 512 Van Buren Street. I'd just like to read a short comment here from my wife, Megan Shevlin. I think the first priority of the new council should be putting up the parking deck as soon as possible. Study after study has already been done. We don't need a town-wide study. We already clearly know that parking is needed. The studies have shown the best place for the type of parking we need is near the train station, and the best spot is clearly Hudson Street since we own it. I suggest to immediately work with Lorraine's group to make whatever reasonable changes need to be made to satisfy them and still have the deck be cost-effective. Once that is done, then let's hire a construction manager, get the 3 bids for construction firms, and get the shovels in the ground as soon as possible. I think we have a window to start in the fall and finish before any Brogan or Ken Smith construction starts. I disagree with some council members, clearly, that we need to wait. I think the shovels should have been in the ground yesterday. I definitely don't think we should wait on the Tree Street or movie theater planning. I think those are great ideas, especially if the deck is smaller, but they can be looked at concurrently, and the deck does not have to be held up because of these. We all know the more parking in this area, the better, so multiple projects and planning can run parallel to the building of the deck. I was happy to see the idea of a BID or a group similar. I suggested a BID a few times. The businesses in this area are clearly going to benefit from the deck, clearly have been vocal supporters of the garage, and I feel they should share in the cost of the garage. It should not be the taxpayers and meter payers who pay for this. I suggested a voucher system, but I'm sure there are many ways, different ways, for the businesses to contribute to the parking utility. I view the deck as having 3 different areas and want to offer thoughts on 2 of them. The first is the commuter parking area. Why are we proud that we are charging non-residents the same as residents for years? We should always charge non-residents more. 1, it's a revenue stream. 2, it's a way to control the utilization of this area. If the town sees the area is not being utilized as expected by Ridgewood residents, then the non-resident passes can be lowered and overall utilization can increase. The second area is the employee parking, and I was very surprised that this did not get more discussion at the public meetings. The whole point is to open up the on-street parking for shoppers, and to do that, you need to get the employees off the street. The employees need incentive to park here, like all-day parking. And I seem to remember there was some accommodation made already for part-time employees who couldn't afford the all-day parking. People are complaining that the deck is too far for them to walk, while I thought the whole point was for shoppers mainly not to use the deck, but to now have plenty of available on-street parking. The employees need to move to the deck. The key to all of this is the 5-0 vote. We need to keep the bonding in Ridgewood to retain control, especially over the commuter parking. If we are forced to charge Bergen County residents the same price as Ridgewood residents, then we lose a huge part of our control and utilization of the parking deck. The 5-0 is central to all of this, and the importance of it cannot be stressed enough. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Megan, too.
Good evening. Jacqueline Home, 30 Carriage Lane. Mayor Knudsen, at the last council meeting, you assured me that my unanswered complaint regarding the village manager and her staff would finally be investigated and responded to. I went on to say that after filing my initial complaint, the same employees continued wrongdoing. Therefore, I wanted to amend my complaint to include all of October 2015 to present. Additionally, I asked if the village had a policy or procedure for handling this type of complaint, since the complaint I filed was forwarded to Roberta, the same person I was complaining about, and she refused to answer. You instructed me to put together a complete list of complaints, October through present, and to give you a few days to locate policy and/or procedure, if any existed. As you said, within a few days, you sent me an email saying you were waiting on legal review and needed additional time. To my surprise, the following day, a letter written by the village manager, Roberta Sonnenfeld, was published in the Ridgewood News. It was titled, "Clarifying Complaint," my complaint to be exact. Her letter was an attempt to discredit and damage my word, character, and reputation. Equally disturbing is that her points are totally incorrect. She refers to a county response. With false and reckless disregard, she leaves out 2 full pages. 2 pages where the county lists items they have no jurisdiction over and refers back to the village for correction. Which brings me to my next point. I filed a complaint at the county, state, and municipal level. The complaints are separate and independent of one another. As such, it should be answered by each level in that manner. Why is it beyond our village manager's comprehension that the village needs to answer my complaint, or is it really beyond her comprehension, or is she just ignoring it? I know she has no prior experience in public administration. Recently, Paul Aronson said that it was a big risk that they had taken to hire someone with absolute no experience. But this is beyond inexperience. In my opinion, Roberta's actions are willful misconduct and actual malice. What's been done to Shedler, Habernickel, Garber Square, etc., coupled with a lawsuit and ethics violations, I feel the only remedy is dismissal. I ask that this council exercise their power and move forward with Village Code, Chapter 3, Article 3, 326, which is removal of village manager. I don't know if I will ever get a response at this point to my complaint, because we left off saying one thing and something else was done. So if at any time someone can clarify what the exact procedure is to get an answer, so that this harm isn't done to anyone else, to any project, to any neighborhood anymore. Thank you.
Hi, Deanie Rubin, 1021 Hillcrest Road, Ridgewood, obviously. So I have a couple of questions, concerns regarding Tabernacle. I do know that at different meetings, it's been boosted as a great partnership for Ridgewood, one that we don't actually get revenue from, but I would like for some answers on following rules, following the lease. What will happen to her if she doesn't follow the lease? Because right now she's not following her lease. She puts a big banner up every day on the fence, and so as soon as you drive in up from Tabernacle, the park is her banner as if it was her park. I asked her personally why, I told her she was breaking the lease, and she said, I know. I am breaking the lease. However, I feel I have to break the lease because people don't know where I am. Well, if she actually said she was at Tabernacle Park, because at the base of the entrances is a nice sign that says Tabernacle Park, maybe people would be able to find her and she wouldn't have to put up advertising along the banner and a tent with her, website on it. It's free advertising for her. It looks like it's not our park anymore. It's horrible. And the number of kids. I was here when the meeting was, when we discussed about, when they discussed her attorney and Tim Cronin sat there and they talked about the lease. And, I remember Councilwoman Knudsen at that time said, okay, let's make something clear here. So in the summer, if you recall, you mentioned about the number of kids. You said, okay, so there's only going to be 35 kids in the summer. And her response was, yes, except if I don't have a week that I could fill 35, I might put a class in there. But other than that, that's the number. That's in fact false. She has up to 95 kids she's allowed to have there, because what she failed to tell us, and was in a very misleading way, was that she is able to bus, by field trips, 30 to 60 kids per day, every day in the summer. Now, her accommodations in the house, the fire code is 49. So do the math, they can't all fit in, so if there's a storm, where do they go? There has been lockdowns on schools because of bears and other activities in the village. So how does that happen? How do we allow this to happen? Now we have lights to illuminate a parking lot that we were also told in an article that Deputy Mayor Sendin wrote in 2011 stating that from Routenhouse, the engineer, that we would not have lights put up. That lights would not be there. That, in fact, he discussed it with the neighbors and sent them a letter saying, no worries, there will never be lights here. That is not going to be allowed. Now we are illuminating a square in the middle for what? So kids can come because it's lit now and, hang out, and when a cop should drive, because they will certainly see it now, run down the hill and not be caught. It just seems like such a mismanaged situation that no one's, I sent Roberta an email last week about the response I got from Stacy about her signage, and, you would have thought that maybe Stacy would now respect the law in the lease and not put the sign up, but it's been there every day this week. The banner goes up every day. So I don't understand, to me, when somebody violates a lease, something happens. Nothing's happening. Her business is continuing. So it's a little just frustrating. I kind of feel like we've, things were changed to accommodate her, but she's unwilling to work with us as residents who care about our community.
Okay, thank you, Deanie.
Rorick Halliday, 374 Evergreen Place in Ridgewood. And Madam Mayor, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. It isn't 5 minutes plus 2 sentences. It's 5 minutes, please. First and foremost, I want to address Roberta by saying, Roberta, please continue being rogue, because anytime these miscreants think you're not being rogue, you're not doing your job.
Point of order, Rorick. We're not going to have name calling here.
Okay.
We're not going to have belittling
Okay.
of our own residents. Nope, please don't point your finger either. Point of order. Please don't do it again, or I'll ask you to please sit down.
Yeah. What do you describe what she went through?
Pardon
she wasn't
me?
belittled?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
What she had gone through at the hands of these people, that's not belittling? It doesn't matter. Let me move on. Two things I wanted to mention, and trying to think of your first month in business. I couldn't quite know how to describe it, whether it's, let's say, a kind of Politburo purge of your enemies. And the kangaroo court we've just gone through, I think, is a reflection of what it is you've brought about. And let me just remind you, you were not voted by the vast majority of Ridgewood residents. 1/3 of the people in Ridgewood voted, 1/3 of the eligible voters. Of these, you got 2/3, so that's 2/9. That's about 20%. Now, I must admit, it's a great improvement. The time before last, only 20 people voted. This time, 1/3 voted. But when we get, let's say, 60 or 70% people voting, then we can really talk about people voting with a big majority. And frankly, if the two of you, Ms. Knudsen and Mr. Seaton, stop being challengers, which is something that is worthy of Birmingham, Alabama, and really do something to encourage people to vote, you'd be doing Ridgewood a big favor. Now, in looking at your first month, I mentioned this Politburo, where you seem to be purging all your enemies and stacking all the committees with your friends and trying to do all the damage you can to the village, including getting rid of Roberta. This is one way of describing it. The other way of describing it, and looking at what might be happening with the parking, is what I would call keystone cops. I mean, here we spent a year, we spent $600,000 with all sort of open hearings, all sort of votes. Now, some of you, I know, did your best to torpedo the garage. Now, at this stage of the game, to start going back to ground zero, start looking at studies, or should we do it at the town garage, or should we do it at the Zabriskie lot, or should we have parallel parking? These are Band-Aid solutions. I do hope you'll have the courage to continue with the Hudson Street garage. And the question I have, if I can address a question to Ramon, Mr. Hache, and Mr. Voigt at least, where do you stand on that issue? Are you in favor of the garage at Hudson Street, or are you not? And what do we expect to see happen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want us to answer that or no?
Yeah, if you would, yeah.
I will. I'm for the garage. I ran on that. I'm committed to building that garage on Hudson Street, and I'm hoping the rest of the council is as well. As we've been through this, one level down, shovels in the ground, that's exactly the way I feel, and I think we've got to move on this very aggressively. We'll talk about it later, but that's my commitment. And I think the only way you gain the trust of the village is to keep the commitments you make, and I'm going to try to keep that commitment. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I'd like to add, Mr. Hallaby, the solutions that we're looking at now, and part of them include the Zabriskie lot, as you mentioned. That's not going back. We're done with studies. We're not looking at studies of whether something would work or not. That's part of moving forward. And you can't possibly lose 106 spots on Hudson Street without making accommodations where those 106 cars will go, especially since you and I had exchanged through email. We're going to have Brogan already putting the fences up, so we're going to lose another 76 spaces. So part of this is not going backwards. It's looking how do we move forward logistically at going towards a solution and being able to realistically start building on Hudson Street. So this is not a step back. We're not analyzing anything else. We just have to find a way to move forward and get these things done. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last up.
Janine Vallis, 1080 Hillcrest Road. Thanks for hearing me and pushing the time forward. I'll keep it short. I'm really here to reiterate what Deanie Rubin has said. I feel like Health Barn being placed in our small neighborhood park is an extreme intensity of use. Up to 95 kids is unacceptable. It's actually bordering on dangerous when only 49 kids are allowed in the house per fire code. Where are they going? I know the schools do lockdowns and so forth. Where are these people going? I feel we were misled by the owner of the business about the size and the quantity of buses that were going to be here all year long, especially in the summer. At the 11-4 meeting, she said only small school buses for field trips. To date, we've had small, large, and even chartered buses on a regular basis. Hillcrest is already a busy street. I've only lived on it for a year, and I was surprised to see how busy it is. And to put all this added traffic in the park and on our street is just not fair. Lastly, I feel that we were deceived by some of the town employees about the lights. In 2003, in the Ridgewood Trust Fund County Program application, it says no lights. In 2011, in NorthJersey.com article, I think, Michael, you wrote that, the town engineer said, quotes, "No lights are included in this project. There are no footings installed. There are no light footings in this contract." End of quote. In 2015, at the November 4th council meeting, the Director of Parks and Recs announced no lights will be added. It's August 2016. We have new lights on the house. We have a camera that we don't know who's being filmed, or children being filmed walking dogs, where this footage is going, all for the business's benefit. Lights, footings, and poles have been installed in the parking lot. 5 lights higher than the actual barn, shining through the neighborhood. They stay on all night. My question is, why were we told one thing and the town did another? And why is this park not closed at dusk and lit up unlike any other park in town? And lastly, was any environmental group notified about these lights staying on all night? They could have drastic changes to wildlife that live in the park. That's it.
Thank you. So just real quick, as we've wrapped up public comments, before we move on, I do want to address a matter that was raised several times this evening, the matter of a citizen complaint by Jacqueline Hone. I myself went through the county response, and there's no question that the county, on no less than 7 times, states it's not our jurisdiction, we cannot respond. The council didn't respond at the time, and I promised Ms. Hone that I would get back to her and find a process that would allow us to look at what went on and investigate her complaint. I did respond to Ms. Hone in an appropriate time and indicated that the item is on our closed session as a citizen complaint to discuss the procedure. The letter to the editor, which appeared, I believe, July 28th, July 29th in the Ridgewood News. We were sent, full council was sent a copy of the letter on July 28th, which would have been the following day after it was submitted. And we were advised that this was the letter that the village manager sent to the Ridgewood News, and it would be published, and but she wasn't sure if it would be edited at all. I think that was the appropriate, if I have the language right. Regrettably, I had sent an email earlier in the week requesting a copy of the letter being prepared for the Ridgewood News, but it wasn't responded to. And had I seen that letter in advance, in all likelihood, I would have requested it not be sent. And I think it's regrettable. And actually, I want to apologize to you, Jacqueline. Okay, thank you. We'll move on.
I just want to make a comment. I know there's been some negativism in the comments tonight. I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can appease some of these some criticisms, and an avenue for us to be able to address those in a prompt manner so that you're satisfied. And I'd ask you to think about that over the next couple of weeks, and let's try to put something together so that some of the things that have been kind of festering here for a while get addressed, and get addressed in a prompt manner. So if you could think about a mechanism for us to do that, so that we're dealing with those issues, and that they get you satisfactory answers. I'm not expecting any suggestions right now, but I just want to put that in the back of your mind to think about, please.
Okay. Great, thanks, Jeff. And with that, we're going to move on to our discussion items, and we'll start with Ridgewood Water.
Great, thanks. I guess I would ask Rich and Dave to come up. So this is our new format. As we know, based on Bernie's request, we now take Ridgewood Water and we make it a separate section. So I'll just turn it over to you guys.
Mayor, Council, thank you. I have Mr. Scheibner here today. He's going to address the first two items on the discussion, number 1 and 2, because they relate to the business end of the utility, so I thought it appropriate for him to handle those and answer any questions.
Ridgewood Water has an existing, wrong one.
Lead testing in the 60 homes.
Rewind. Ridgewood Water will soon begin a new round of lead and copper sampling and testing. This will be the first full round since the exceedance for lead in 2012 and the implementation of corrosion control throughout the system. Regulations require that samples be collected at homes after water has been stagnant in the pipes for 6 to 8 hours. For most residents, this means that the sample must be collected in the morning before any water has been used for any purpose. Many residents are willing to tolerate this inconvenience in order to learn if there are lead problems in their homes. We have found that participants tend to lose interest in participating after the first few rounds of sampling. This is further complicated by the utility's need to sample and test 60 of these locations, that is, locations having a higher risk of lead contamination due to lead service lines or lead solder connections circa 1982 to 1986. There are a limited number of qualifying locations in the Ridgewood Water Service Territory, so it is important to encourage participation by these particular residents. Failure to comply with NJDEP requirements will expose the utility to substantial fines. Ridgewood Water compensated participants in 2012 by crediting their water service accounts by $25. This incentive helped us to get the 60 locations needed to comply with the regulations. Ridgewood Water would like to offer participants this same incentive for the next 2 rounds of sampling and testing. The total cost for the 2 rounds would be $3,000. We are seeking the council's approval to incur this cost.
So I guess I would add that we have, obviously, we have money in the budget to do this, so it's covered. I would also add, we've done forums over the last 2 weeks. We had our second one last night. This is a very hot topic, as we all know. I think people find it very interesting that when we do this lead testing, we're doing it with the 60 most kind of vulnerable houses, residents we can find. So it's really important for us to get this going. The other piece of this is, as you know, and it's very frustrating to us, I think, that since 2012, we've been reporting this 2012 number for the following 4 years. So this finally will allow us by probably December.
Yeah, December 31st ends the first round, so we'd expect
we'll be able to now
first quarter.
Finally report these numbers. So.
And again, this is the first round after we have actually implemented the corrosion control, which is supposed to ameliorate the issue. And so we're very eager to see these results.
Okay, great. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay, so we'll go on to the infamous online payment processing charges.
As I was saying, Ridgewood has an existing agreement with Metropolitan Communications, LLC, for the processing of online credit card and ACH bank account debit payment of water bills. An auto pay option is also offered, and a green option of a paperless billing option is included in the service. Our agreement with them is at no cost to us because this type of service was required in our bid for the billing service. So our contract billing service actually pays the cost of the MCC, or the Metropolitan Communications Service. But the transaction fees are paid by the bill payer. The ACH fees are 25 cents per bill, which is a very, very favorable rate. Online water bill payment, and especially the auto pay option, improve collections, reduce billing and clerical costs, and they enhance the consumer experience. But adoption of these methods of payment by bill payers has been slow. Anecdotal feedback from our customers indicates that the convenience fees are a factor. Ridgewood Water wants to encourage wider acceptance of these payment methods by absorbing these transaction fees. A line of funding in the 2016 budget was created specifically for this purpose. Our first step is to seek council approval to amend our agreement with Metropolitan Communications to allow the 25-cent per transaction fee for ACH payments to be paid by Ridgewood Water. Approximately 300 ACH transactions are processed each month, having a total of $75. Increased bill payer participation will result in a corresponding increase in our cost. So this will improve operations by increasing the participation. This is what we're looking to get accomplished here.
And it's really the first step of a much larger initiative that we've been taking and that we're going to move towards. We want to get everybody eventually towards a paperless billing, because that will save us a lot in terms of mailing and the billing fees that we pay to the company. So at some point, and we've been looking at, Dave's been looking at a lot of vendors, but credit card processing, and negotiating low costs for that. And again, we're looking for the utility to absorb that, so we can provide that service to the customer and get a better return on our billing, have less unpaid bills that we have to go after. That takes a lot of time from the staff and expense. At the same time, providing the customer with a portal where they could go in and see their information on a monthly basis and know what their actual usage is. They could find high bills sooner than later, know if there's a leak in their house. So, the down the road goal is to give the customer every bit of information we want them to have, and at the same time make it more convenient, save them time and money, and at the same time save the utility time and money. So quick question. So do you anticipate these costs are going to go down over time and the more people you get enrolled in this? So rather than 25 cents per click, it's going to be significantly less as more people get involved?
At that point, we'll then compare it against what our costs are for the current processing of paper bills and going after delinquent accounts.
And I'm not sure if it's significant. I'm not sure I would use significant, but it is a savings.
And do you have any guess as to how many, rather than the 300, I mean, if you continue to do this, what's going to happen over time? Just, do you have any projections?
I've talked to some professionals that say 20% of accounts is a good.
And what does that mean for a number for us, David?
4,000.
4,000?
Yeah.
Per month? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm aiming higher. I think our customer base is pretty savvy, and I think that we'll get a higher rate of acceptance.
So that's per month if we go to monthly bills. Right now, we're not at monthly bills. So
people rather pay 40 cents for a stamp and write a check and go mail it than incur a 25-cent transaction fee?
Some are, that's very traditional. Some, we get quite a lot of payments through online banking. Right. So a lot of people pay their bills through their online checking account. So we get a lot of payments
so
that
direct
way.
bill pay as opposed to,
A lot of people still even come into the office, including myself.
I mean, so ultimately, you say 4,000 a month, you're looking at 1,000 a month, you're looking at 12,000 a year, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Moving on.
Item number 3 kind of goes in line with that. We have a yearly contract with a metering supply company. We have the need to increase that contract for its first year by an additional $30,000. As a result of us needing to provide new meters at all our wells as part of our
groundwater under the influence monitoring. We had to purchase some very expensive meters, and that put us over the contracted amount for this year. So we're asking for an additional $30,000 to cover the first year of the contract. The contract term ends in October, and then we'll move into the second year. That was part of the original award. So just a quick question, Rich. I mean, how can we get better at estimating this stuff so we don't go with these overages? I mean, is there anything you can think of?
This goes back to the bigger part of the discussion we've been having, from the budget on. We need to move over from being so reactive and become proactive. That's part of the whole long-term capital plan.
Yep.
Right now, we have to continue in the middle somewhere, because we're still putting out fires daily, to keep up with all the demands of the regulators and, where the system failed over the years and getting it up to speed.
Okay.
We hope to remove that word additional in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4 is to request approval to purchase under state contract chlorine analyzers and supplies. This is for equipment to monitor chlorine at all our wells. There's a state contract vendor named Ahak. We've been utilizing them for many years. We want to continue to do that this year. This is just a request to exceed the $17,500, and go for that purchase via state contract.
Great. Any questions?
Next one, Roberge.
Okay. The last one, we received bids for our servicing of electrical supply and maintenance. We had one bid. Continues to be the same contractor that we utilized for many years now, Roberge. We're recommending an award of that bid. This will be a 2-year contract. This is strictly for labor rates. It's on-call service, both for regular maintenance, emergency maintenance. We call them in, depending on the level of the repair, they provide the appropriate type of professional, whether it be a journeyman or a foreman, sometimes more than one, a bunch depending on the size of the job. And then they also purchase the equipment, and we pay for that, separately at a set markup that was in the bid. This is the only difference compared to prior bids. We had the bidders set the markup. This time around, we set the limit of the markup based on the value of the equipment. So there's no variance there. It's strictly just based on the set labor rates.
So what's the 2-year contract total?
There's no limit, because this is a service contract.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an hourly limit. What purchasing will do, they'll set up blanket purchases, and any purchase will have to be approved and certified by the CFO, prior to moving forward.
So how do we budget for this?
It's controlled, it's controlled by the budget. So to the extent that we have a budget line item that addresses this, we can't go above that.
Yeah, okay.
Necessarily, unless we come back.
So. And then just one other quick question. You have overtime costs here. What constitutes overtime? I mean, and how often is that going to happen?
It's mostly on an emergency basis. A lot of times things go down on the weekends or at night.
Yeah.
Per the contract, they have to give us a certain window of response. I think it might be within 2 hours. And they do respond at those points. We have to pay those higher rates, for that repair.
Got it. Well, what's the budget for this usually?
For which?
For this?
For this particular line item?
Do you know?
I don't have the budget in front of me for this line item, and it's probably included in a larger line item.
Could you get back to me when you get a chance?
Sure, not a problem.
Thanks.
Not a problem.
I think it's combined with
It's
other
combined
types
with
of
other
repair.
things, yeah.
So,
pump servicing and electric, they're both together. I could give you that number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, so that's it.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Rich. Thank you. And we're moving on to parking. And so we're starting with item number 1, Hudson Street parking, next steps. And I think Councilman Voigt will be leading the discussion. It's all yours.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be hopefully a very active discussion with the council as to what we want to do here. I'm strongly in favor of building that garage on Hudson Street and making it a 4-level, 3-story garage. I'm not sure how the rest of the council feels about that. I'd like them to weigh in on it. My feeling on why that's necessary is that I ran on that, and I'm committed to building that garage based on a commitment made to you. So I want to make sure that we're in line here and we're all thinking along the same wavelength as to what we should do here. And I'm hoping that, I don't know, Bernie, you want to weigh in on this and what you're thinking?
Sure. I think we talked in our first, this is only our third meeting. We really haven't had a chance as a group to sit down and hash it out. Although, a month has gone by, we've had lots of other things on our agenda. So really this will be the first time we're discussing this. And yeah, I did run on it. I would honor my commitment to the people of Ridgewood that we should be and should look into building the garage on Hudson Street. I guess the questions for me, and I think we asked Roberta this at the first meeting, was, and I'll speak for myself, I don't know what everybody else is thinking, the design that was there was not what the people wanted. I think that was evident in the election. I think redesigning it may be smaller, but also financially feasible, because building it smaller just to build it smaller and then having a cost would not make sense either. So I know that we own the designs. We talked about that as well. So maybe we can, as a group, work on a design that's going to work for the village. I mean, we're just at the start of our tenure, so it's.
And I think I added, the Desmond Architects, we spoke to them about this, and I think they estimated somewhere between $85,000 and $95,000 if they were to take these diagrams and designs and redo it. And they felt that if one was to take off a level, one would have to redesign, redo the architecture and stuff. So, that was their estimate. One could easily go out and take those designs and bid them out, and so it really is, a choice.
Yeah, I mean, for my own purposes, in redesigning or looking at redesigns, which wouldn't just be for us, it would start with us. Go to the village, to the people of the village, and talk to them as well. Because I think, again, this is my opinion, that maybe it was done in a way last time that people disagreed with the process of it, and I think this council is trying to. We're not going to be a panacea for everything, but we're going to try and do things a little bit different and hope that people are going to appreciate that, give us good feedback, and give us feedback that maybe we're not going to be ready for, or we're not going to appreciate, but we're really going to put it out there that this is going to be a collaborative effort. I do not have any design background. I draw stick figures. I'm probably the last person that you guys want to come to for a design. But I do property valuation, so I know value, and that is probably more important, and that is something that I can lend to my fellow members on the council. So,
right.
Mike, do you have a
position on this?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I know our first go-around with this, there was a larger garage that was out in the street, at least 12 feet, maybe more, and that was the design that was put out. After the referendum, we saw people started to challenge that, and then options B and C were created. So those options were created, it seemed relatively easily and less expensively, because the one was just basically photoshopped half a level off the original design, and the second one was photoshopped a level off the design, and the footprint and relatively the design stayed the same. So, it comes down to a question like, would it be really necessary to redesign the whole thing to take off a level and then keep the footprint the same? So if everybody's okay with 5 feet into the street, it seems like we might be able to get away with this a little less expensively and move a little bit quicker. But then, of course, if you want to redesign the footprint of the building, then like option D, which came about, which was a redesign of the footprint, was much more expensive. It took a little bit longer, and it was a new and different design. So that's kind of, I guess it's really, the footprint might be the crux of the issue right now. So is that say the same?
So I'm going to ask you a pointed question. Are you in favor of building the garage?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody is, but I'm just saying, my line of questioning is to move it along further and move it along quicker. If that is the case, if everybody could live with the footprint and then maybe bring it down a little bit. But if we have to redesign it, it's going to be a little more expensive. It's going to take a little bit longer.
So now we have at least 3-2. So we'll find out what the other two think. Ramon, what do you think?
My views in the garage, I've never really centered around so much the levels or the aesthetics of it. My concern in looking at the original designs and tying it into what the parking study suggested, that the garage wouldn't be necessarily full throughout the day, that at peak times throughout the day, you would have, 50% usage. So my question is, why build a 400-space garage if we're only going to use 200? I'd rather build a 300-space garage and have, sort of an extra 100 spots if we need. So the size of it in terms of the number of spots that we need for that area is what I question. I still contend that the problem that we have in the CBD is really the distribution of parking. So assuming we go forward with a 3-story, 4-level garage, I think the 4 or 5 is too big for that location, is to really think about what's the best usage for this newfound capacity in parking. And I think that any spots that are centered around the central business district, around where the stores and restaurants are located, I think that's prime real estate. I think that should be reserved for the most part for our patrons, and really for us to look at all the other options that we're now exploring, these underutilized lots, to kind of push out employee parking, and in some cases find better places for the commuter parking.
Yeah. So just to your point really quickly, I know that we're doing this on the FAC. We're looking at a much more rigorous analysis of pricing of the parking utility and pricing it appropriately based on how close you get to the train station. It becomes much more, let's say, more expensive. As you go away, it becomes less expensive, so people can kind of vote with their wallet as to where they would want to park. Whether it's commuters or people that want to park on an hourly basis. So that's kind of the thinking, and we'll hopefully present that sometime in October. Susan, what do you think?
He doesn't really want to know what I think.
No, you gotta lay it out there.
Right. So, when I want to say when we started down this road of a parking garage, I, for one, was so excited. We actually had this little joke that when we were all off of council, our photos would be enshrined in a garage frame, and because we would be the people that finally built this garage, so it was kind of an exciting time. What astounds me is that the $600,000 figure that we've spent, when in March of 2015, one document, one line stated unequivocally, the Hudson Street lot is too narrow for an efficient self-park garage. At that exact moment, we should have taken a step back and thought, why on heaven's earth, this issue had come up years before on other councils, why on heaven's earth would we go down a road of into $600,000 for a garage that couldn't fit on the lot? Defying conventional wisdom. And I'll stop for one moment and say, my experience as a member of the Board of Adjustment and on the Planning Board sometimes puts me in a unique perspective, a more detail-oriented traffic, circulation, structure analysis. So I take it from things from a different perspective. Defying conventional wisdom, the original design narrowed Hudson Street, an already narrowed Hudson Street, by 12 feet, I believe, while dumping over 300 additional cars into the roadway. It was a traffic nightmare in the making. So now we take a step back, and I'll just correct one piece of misinformation out in the world, is that I sat on the garage design team and I redesigned the garage. It never happened. I'm not a garage designer either. But there was a design effort, and we reduced the footprint. We were able to pull it back, and now we were encroaching into Hudson Street and narrowing it by 5 feet. Thanks, Mike. 5 feet. 5 feet. And with that encroachment of 5 feet, once again, the garage was sticking out past the additional structures along Hudson Street. It was jutting out 5 feet forcing us to once again encroach into Hudson Street, and once again, defying conventional wisdom, we were narrowing an already narrowed street and dumping hundreds of cars into a congested area. So I'm for, and I was quite elated to build a garage if one had fit on the lot. If there's a design that will fit on the garage, on the Hudson Street lot, I, for one, will get a hammer and start building. But I have to say that we must take very seriously how we approach traffic in an already congested area. As a matter of fact, the idea, the suggestion that we would actually reroute traffic in an opposite direction and the now west to eastbound Hudson Street traffic would flow head-on into the traffic coming off of Dayton, where the bus depot is. Once again, defying conventional wisdom of appropriate traffic circulation and planning. And it just so happens I think I see in the audience our traffic consultant, John George, so I would hope he would be shaking his head and saying, are you shaking your head? Thank you. I'm happy you're shaking your head. Thank you. In any event, so I am in favor of a garage. I think the most important thing before we spend one more cent, one more taxpayer cent on this, is to figure out how we build a garage that fits on the lot, that is appropriate to size and scale, and appropriate to the traffic and the traffic circulation in the immediate area, and respectful of the historic central business district.
So it sounds like we're all in favor of this. So I guess one question to you, Susan, is we may have to spend some money to try to figure that out. That's my guess. I don't know what we have for it.
Well, we actually had, my recollection was there was one small design, but I think that it required, the problem is, in order to build a garage, you need to go up. In order to go up, you need length. We don't have the length. The width is not there on the lot. And you're dumping cars into a very, I don't know how many, we all drive the corner of Hudson and Broad Passaic. We all drive that area. I drive it almost every day. I know that area so well. So we did have one design that was a 2 or 3 tiered deck. It was really a little bit rudimentary. I think it was just a deck with ramps.
Outside.
There was, there was one with ramps, and the ramps were on the outside, and that was the one, I believe, that fit on the lot, but don't hold me to that because that was October 2015, so I really don't recall. I think it's important to go back and revisit where we were, take a look at what we had, and then regroup and figure it out. But again, I'm happy to support a garage if there's a garage that's appropriate to the neighborhood and that actually fits on the lot without encroaching onto Hudson Street at all.
Okay, so what do you suggest the next? So what do you suggest the next steps are? I have some suggestions, and one of my thoughts is we should have somebody on the council to lead this and to move it forward as kind of the semi-project council manager.
The one thing I'll say is I think we need maybe 2 council members.
That's fine.
And before we say move it forward, I think we need 2 council members to look at all of the plans, because if to look at what we have, where we've been, maybe to reach out. I know Ken Shear, our designer, did leave a message for me, just to talk to. Maybe reach out and kind of get a flavor for what we can do, what we can't do. And the other thing I would suggest also, and it's just an aside, one of the issues, and Councilman Seaton and Deputy Mayor Seaton, at the time, Councilman Seaton, we had raised it a number of times. This garage was, the funding of this garage hinged on increasing parking meter rates. We had repeatedly requested that we at least do a trial run, increase those rates, at least see whether or not they're accepted or if in fact it causes a problem, because some businesses say we don't want those rates increased, that's going to be a business killer for us. So I think it's really important before we go out into the world and spend taxpayer money and then commit ourselves to 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 million dollars, whether or not in fact it's sustainable through increased meter rates, because quite frankly, I don't think the taxpayers are going to want to have to absorb that bill.
And I think that's reasonable, but again, the FAC, we're going to be looking at a much more comprehensive parking utility pricing of all the meters and commuters, lots, non-residents, and I think that would be part of that as well. So,
I also, and I want to talk to Councilman Hachet's point about a distribution issue, because I agree, and I do think that one of the key components to this, and it goes back to the FAC and the tiered parking, so the premium, if you will, parking the closer you get to the train station, the more expensive it is, which then bumps out back to where we have the void. Now, one of the most current, a funny little email that I think we had recently was an email regarding, you'll correct me if I misstate this, there was an email about whether or not there was a plan during all of this construction that would be happening, how we would facilitate the parking that was displaced from the Hudson Street lot and elsewhere. And the email that came back, the response was, well, we have a very underutilized Walnut Street lot,
Cottage Street.
And Cottage Street.
Park
But
Place.
Walnut Street lot is almost the same distance from the train station. So if the Walnut Street lot is being underutilized, what it's telling us is that we actually have parking. It's just not somebody's either not being routed properly to the parking, we're not telling people where to park. Yes, do we have parking crunches sometimes? Yes. Are there days or hours where you have to park a little farther than you would like? Absolutely. Are we in a crunch every once in a while? Sure. But for the most part, there's parking. It's a distribution issue.
It's a funny thing. I work in New York City, and if I have to walk 5 blocks anywhere, I'm happy to do it. It's a short walk. But I want to ask a question from John Jarrett, since he's here. Did we ever get, John, to what the magic number would be of what, in terms of parking spaces on Hudson Street could fit that wouldn't be so disruptive in terms of dumping all this traffic onto Hudson Street? Did we ever get to a number of what that thoroughway could handle?
And John, can you also talk about some of the traffic flow issues? I think we talked about it today at 3 o'clock, but it would be really helpful just to give us some insights as to what you're thinking. And it made sense to me.
Are you here you're here because parking was on here? Oh.
Good evening, Council. Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
I need to understand your question more about how many spaces.
I'm sorry. So let me just introduce. This is John Jarr, and why don't you introduce yourself, the company you're with?
Good evening, Council and public. My name is John Jarr. I'm the principal of Peachtree Traffic Consulting. Previously, I've worked with the boards here, and many of you know me. Your town engineer and actually water sewer engineer also knows me.
Yes. So to clarify my question, going back to Mayor Newton's point about the concerns regarding, what happens when you dump a significant amount of cars or traffic into a very narrow thoroughway. So, and we're talking about whether it's a 400-space garage or 300-space garage, but the question for you being the expert, what level of volume can Hudson Street handle today if we were to put a parking deck on that site?
Hudson Street and the surrounding road network is very congested, okay? There is a volume of traffic that could be supported by the existing network there. However, I have to point out that the other nearby roadway intersections and signals are significantly over capacity. For example, South Broad and Ridgewood, Passaic and the other nearby roads, they operate very close to their limits, okay? So there is some a capacity still available. I would encourage you to moderately size the deck at this location, and maybe there could be another location where additional parking can be placed. Putting too much parking here will overburden the system in this location. So it is better if we can find a more moderate approach and do the necessary analysis to give you a good feel for that number. I think there's been some numbers that have been bounced around. I'm very comfortable, based on the analysis I've done thus far, if we could see something between 200 to max 275. I think that's a real nice area. I think the roadway network would be able to handle that without significant degradation level service. But I also feel the council should consider that because you're adding all this new trips to the area, we should try to do some level of traffic improvements nearby. Maybe we could look at some turn restrictions at Hudson just for the PM peak hour, so we can try and take a little of the pressure off the downtown in that 4 to 6 time. Maybe we can look at a signal someday at South Broad and Franklin. Maybe we can look at the other signals in town being upgraded, because if we fix what's happening in town and reduce some of that congestion, it'll help everything. It'll help even this area. Because if you get everybody flowing, we create nice platoons of traffic, and, my recommendation would be that we take some of the work we've done so far, add a little more, and I can do what we call a synchro model, and I can show you how it would work in many different cases. So you may want to consider some one-way street changes, or, some other directional things that we can do in the area, and I can show you in an actual model how it will work. And it's very, very successful. I'm using it in some other communities that have similar congestion problems. If you have been to Hoboken recently, I'm working with them on some very, very serious congestion issues, very similar to you have here. I have to admit, guys, you really do top the cake here with the congestion. Okay. So no other community I work in quite has what you have.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Is that covered all? Thank you for having me.
So, to your point, Susan, having 2 point people on this, and my other suggestion is this. My recommendation is that we put this on the agenda almost every week until we get it done. I don't know how you guys feel about that either. So
I think I'd like to not. Why don't we just set the agenda as needed, and then we'll move forward as needed.
So here's, I'm going to give you my concern. I know you're probably not sure you want to hear it or not, but so my concern is if we don't do something as a council, okay, if we sit here and do nothing over the next couple of years, we're going to be known as the Do Nothing Council. So my suggestion is we have an opportunity here to get this garage built, and we need to put it on the agenda every single week, and it needs to be done. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I know, Susan, you have differences, but I'd like to hear how everybody else feels about it. It needs to happen.
Great. Okay.
So, hey,
look, I agree with you, Jeff. I think we've started already putting it on the agenda. That was part of the focus on the Central Business District Advisory Committee. And that's the main order of business. The first thing that the committee would focus on is really moving forward on the plan with the parking. We have, there's very little time for us to get working on things here, because there are a lot of moving parts, unfortunately, there that we need to account for in town. I think, by now, I think people are somewhat fatigued at the analysis and the review and everything else. And unless we start, at the end of the day, you only manage what you measure. So for us to start moving forward on something, whether it's putting it on the agenda every week, whether it's having a separate discussion, as long as the discussion is being had and it's towards moving forward, we discuss it twice a week if we have to. But that's
So you're in favor, yeah? Bernie, what do you think?
I'd agree. I think that, again, we're really kind of new to this grouping. So my ideas might not be agreeable to Susan's ideas. Susan's might not be agreeable to Ramon's. And, you guys are going to see the sausage getting made, but, it's going to be in front of you. So you're going to see it. You're going to see it. So, I'd be agreeable.
Okay. So
I'd be happy to, hold a space on the agenda, because, maybe some meetings, once we start having 3 meetings a month in the fall, and there isn't any kind of movement, there's nothing new. But
that's fine. But
every time that there's anything new, I'd be happy to put it on the agenda. And if that's every week, that's every week.
Right. As needed. I think that's
so my concern is it just needs to be measured, and you guys need to know what's going on. So that's my. And so my last question is, who on the council wants to take this up? Ramon, and I'll do it too. So we have 2 people. So we'll report back to you on a regular basis as to what the heck's going on, and this will be reported back to you on a regular basis. We're gonna move forward with this.
Will you take emails for ideas?
I'm sorry, we're not having public comment right now. So
The answer is yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So thanks, Jeff. We're going to move on to consideration of on-street angled parking spaces and one-way streets in the central business district. Is
Yeah.
Chris?
So I'm going to ask Chris to come up, but I just want to preface this by a reminder of what this is meant to be. Chris, Chris. This came up because Bernie made a point a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the possibility of on-street angle parking and also the possibility of one-way streets rather than two-way streets. The thought was that before we went any further in hiring traffic consultants, analysts, whatever we have to do, that we would use our internal engineering staff to take a high-level preliminary look at this, look at the feasibility, and then a decision would be made by the council to determine whether or not we should engage outside experts after that point. So I'm going to hand it over to Chris. Chris had done a study in 2006 that we had mentioned in the past, so he has updated that study with the study that you received last week or a couple days ago. Thanks,
Good evening,
Chris.
Mayor, members of
Good
the
evening.
council. Yes, as Roberta said, I took a look at angle parking. We do have a lot of angle parking on the street. I mentioned in my memos the streets that currently have it. A lot of people or a lot of discussion is centered on the tree streets, would be Oak Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut. Each of those streets has partial angle parking. The only streets that we have with angle parking on both sides would be North Broad Street and Van Ness by the west side of Van Ness Park. What we've looked at is, and using standard templates from standard design guidelines for angle spaces, the most optimal ones are between 40 and 90 degrees, and they generally require a face of curb width to face of curb width between 52 and 62 feet. We don't generally have that on our streets. It looks like a lot of our parking has already been optimized to be as efficient as possible, at least from the overview that we took in this study that you have before you. One of the concerns we have with angle parking also is we have tree wells. And if a car is pulling in and has a low front end, like an air dam or cowling, they're going to possibly hit the tree well and they may send a claim to the village. We will also have to locate a lot of our street furniture, parking meters, signage, and so forth if we were going to change the parking orientation. Angle parking does cause safety issues with pedestrians. That's also a concern of ours. There's also concern if we put angle parking on a street that doesn't have sufficient width, that we cannot have an adequate through lane for emergency services. Emergency services would generally need at least a 12-foot lane. Fire engine, for example, is generally around 8.5 feet wide, and add another 18 inches on either side for the mirrors. How many, 18?
18 inches on either side, 16, 18 inches on the mirrors, depending on the configuration they're utilizing. If there are any questions I could answer, or if you have any
I have a
questions.
question, but not so much about the angle parking. I noticed that on the parallel spots, particularly on East Ridgewood Avenue, there are usually these kind of buffer zones between the spots.
Yes.
Maybe I'm missing something that's on the curb, but what's the purpose for them? 'Cause I think we could...
The purpose of those spots is it's an accommodation we have made for our residents. Not everyone is an expert at parallel parking. Those crosshatch boxes greatly help people parallel park cars who are not that good at it. And also, a lot of our residents drive larger cars, so they could use that space. And in particular, on East Ridgewood Avenue between Cottage going eastward towards Maple, there's some very narrow sections, particularly near the post office and the movie theater. And if someone is having difficulty parallel parking, they're going to tie up traffic. If with that crosshatch box, they have an easier ability to maybe just pull in and back up and make it, rather than a true back in maneuvering correctly. We have looked at eliminating those over the years. We looked at it last when we resurfaced East Ridgewood Avenue, and the consensus at that time is it's too important for our residents to help them park.
So, Chris, what streets look like we can do this on?
What streets?
Yeah.
None.
None?
None.
What's the least worst alternative of the streets?
The current configuration is about the best you have, because we have streets like Chestnut and Oak Street that have angle on one side and parallel on the other side, and that fits within the curb-to-curb width.
I guess the other alternative, of course, that you and I spoke about is if you make the street wider, but then you'd have to take away sidewalk, which I don't
So
necessarily
you say
think.
49 degrees, if you made it less than 40?
Between space angle between 40 and 90 degrees.
40 and 90 degrees.
Those are the optimum angles. You can get lesser angles like 30 degrees, but then they start to take up a tremendous amount of real estate.
So you have, but how many, so for instance, if just as, just for grins, you look at Chestnut Street between Franklin and Ridgewood Avenue, and you would have put 30-degree angle spot spaces on that, on the, I guess it's on the west side of that.
The southbound direction.
Yeah, on the southbound direction. How many spaces could you put extra that we don't have right now?
With the driveways, the loading zones, and the fire hydrants at present, I think at most you might get 1 or 2, but then you wouldn't have the width
Of the street.
for the throughfare.
Okay, so 1 or 2 extra from what we have right now? That's it?
You've got a loading zone in the middle of the street.
Oh.
Yeah, and at 30 degrees, because it's taking up more real estate.
Okay. So we have no options, is that what you're saying?
In my opinion, no, you have no options.
Great.
So Chris, do you want Chris to talk to turning them into one-way streets, or has that become a moot point?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I have some questions. What degree of an angle are the parking spaces on Van Ness Square, do you know?
We haven't measured them yet.
Okay. And that's 50 feet wide, right?
Yes.
So is Chestnut. So again, you'd only get, depending on the angle, you'd only get it like 1 or 2 extra spots if you did that.
On Van Ness, you don't have much interference from loading zones or driveway entrance that you do on the other streets. Like, for example, on Chestnut and Oak Street, you have the entrance in and out of the Chestnut Street parking lot. You have the loading zone I mentioned. You've also got another driveway by the coin shop where that access has to be maintained.
Right.
On Oak Street, you have the east end of that driveway by the coin shop enters onto Oak Street. You've got a couple other driveways between Raymond's and I think the barber shop that drive down to a parking area. You also have the bank exits for the drive-through, where your former office used to be.
How about one-way then? One-way streets, making them one-way. Making them one-way, some of the streets.
We could do that. The concern would be what effect it has on the business community. One-way streets have started to fall out of favor in business districts because they can be thought to not circulate customers as well to stores. I would certainly recommend that the Guild and the Chamber of Commerce would be fully briefed on what is proposed and to see what their thoughts would be.
I mean, do you have factual knowledge on that if you make it one way, they actually lose business? Is there some study that shows that, so at least we can...
There actually was a very good article in the Record about 4 or 5 months ago that Hackensack is considering changing their one-way orientation because of that very reason.
Right. Can you send me that? I mean, you can probably look it up on Google, right? Yeah.
What's that?
You can look it up on Google. Yeah?
Probably.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay.
So Chris, on Walnut between East Ridgewood Avenue and Franklin, I know that roadway is narrower, as you mentioned in your report, is narrower than the other segment where the buses turn between Dayton and East Ridgewood? Yeah, the south Walnut portion does have angle parking in the northbound direction between Dayton and East Ridgewood Ave.
Right, but then when you get towards between East Ridgewood Avenue and Franklin Avenue, is there any possibility of putting angle there, or are the curb breaks a problem? 'Cause I know
There we have a lot of driveways. We have the driveways to the bank, and right south of that is the driveways into the post office. Okay. They also have tractor-trailer trucks that pick up and deliver mail. We'd have to be very careful that we did not cause an impediment to them. One, for traffic, and two, we don't want to cause a condition that residents' cars may be dinged by a post office vehicle.
Thanks.
Okay, great.
You know, I actually was thinking about those little spaces for people that can't parallel park, because if I couldn't parallel park my car, I would just drive to a place that I could go in on a diagonal. So I just think that we're wasting all that space.
The spaces are handy. They do cut down on the little, let's see, a less than complimentary term is drive-by braille. I lived in Hudson County once, and that's how people parked, and we really don't want that in the village because of the damage it causes and the aggravation causes. With those spaces, you have a lot less incidences of that occurring.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Chris? Okay, great. Well, thank you. This was actually a great exercise. It's like appreciated. Thanks for all your work. Okay.
Okay, so I guess the next topic is the update on repeat parking. Thank you, Chris.
Yes.
And I'm looking for Jackie. Chief.
in the back.
Chief.
Yes, she's here.
Chief Lufke. Okay, so we just wanted to provide an update mainly on the enforcement, where we stand, if we're seeing anything different, and Jackie's going to share that.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I feel like everybody's saying that as we're all coming up.
Hi, Jackie.
With repeat parking, we've been getting within the last 3 months between 140 and 180 summons per month. It's not a huge number, but this is what we've been getting with designated people specifically brought in for blocks of time to address the repeat parking. A lot of times we're still finding it's the same issue of people moving locations within the same area, but it's moving the car, so it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Right.
So that makes it harder to catch on the Park Mobile because you're in the same sort of vicinity of the zone, but you're moving the car around.
Yes.
But I do think, what we've heard from the PEOs is that Park Mobile makes it easier to do than tire chalking.
We have two issues with the tire chalking, and that is, one, they have seen people come out to rub off the tire marks, and we have also received the complaints that it is graffiti on the car when they mark the tires. So Park Mobile does make it a little bit easier in that respect.
Right.
Maybe we can use the ink that they use in the anti-theft stuff in stores that doesn't come off very easily. And look at the person with the blue
I
phone.
have enough complaints, I don't need more.
So we still have a couple of repeat offenders. I think this month we
With
had
21 plus occurrences of parking. Park Mobile almost makes it more difficult to catch some of them because if they pay it quick enough, it doesn't match up. But we did have one of our repeat offenders that it caught up with this month to the tune of 500 and change.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because you could pay your ticket quicker. So to the extent you can pay your ticket quicker using this technology, we don't necessarily get the right count on how many times you've done it. So, Marie's working on that. But I mean, it's a minor issue.
Okay.
So we're finding maybe 150.
I think last month for July, it was almost 180.
Yeah.
Was 180, I guess, to your point, is 180 different people, or is it you're catching the same person?
I can't tell you that. I'm sure some are repeat people.
They like to shop.
Yeah, I know. Because, I mean, my suspicion, and I've seen it, I think it's, and this is why I think the enforcement has to be followed with a solution for the merchants, is that it's the merchants. And I think a lot of merchants are parking in front of their store. I think if a friendly approach could be, because I know the backlash tends to be severe, I think the friendly approach could be if we recognize who the car belongs to, just knock on the window and say, look, you're doing it again, move the car, and sort of, work it out. But I think most importantly, when we're finding, maybe figure out, look, what does it cost you to park on the street per day? How many days a week do you park? How many days a year? And we work out a way to just issue a permit. And say, instead of you having to come out and feed that meter, which is unfortunate, let's figure out a way that we can get you off the street at the same cost, and move all these valuable spaces. Free up these valuable spaces that we need on street parking. Generally, from when I talk to a lot of people, shoppers don't like to go into a lot to walk to the store where they want to go to. They want to be able to pull up or near to the store where they're going. So I think it's important. And when I talk to business owners, I say, look, I tell my employees, please park somewhere else. And they used to catch them when they run out to feed the meter. Now they can't because they have the Park Mobile app. So it's makes it easier for them to.
And you do have a lot of the employees and even the same merchants that you may be speaking with, that although we tried to encourage them through the RPPs and the different permits down into the cottage lot, which is an 8-hour lot, there were, I think yesterday's count was there were 73 open spaces in cottage lot. So it's not that the space isn't there, it's they don't want to walk uphill. As you said, in the city, walking 5 blocks, not an issue.
Right there.
Here, walking 2 is longer than a lot of people want to walk, whether it's they're carrying everything that they need to come to work that day. They just don't want to make that long of a walk.
So I had a quick question. Roberta, you said that they were doing blocks of time. Did I understand you to say there were blocks of time that were allocated to go out and look at the repeat parking? And how does that work? Is it the same block? Are we rotating blocks of time? Like exactly how is that working?
We have 4 part-time parking enforcement officers that all currently have an assigned schedule.
Right.
And then we are bringing in 1 of them or 2 of them additionally during X time frame. Sometime it's the 12 to 6, because we know in the afternoon there tends to be easier enforcement, more people in town to be able to judge the repeat. But keeping in mind that the first 2 hours of their shift, there's really no enforcement when they're brought in, because you have to be marking the tires or looking in the system to see who's been there for 2 hours.
Got it.
So they may have a 6-hour block of time that they're brought in for, but enforcement can only be done in 4 of those hours.
Got it. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. Any other
Okay,
questions? Okay.
So Jackie, stay, because in two topics will be on overnight. So leading into increase in parking ticket fines, we talked about this a little bit at the manager's report last time. This is, in fact, twofold now, and you could decide if you want to do something different for repeat parking. So what we have here is the original recommendation that we brought a couple of months ago prior to this council of taking parking tickets up from $19 to $25 and doing some tiering. Just to give you some examples of places around us, Maria did this analysis. Allendale's metered parking fine is $40. Fairlawn's $52. Wow. Fairview is $30. Glen Rock is $25. Ho-Hocus is $65. Palisades Park is $30. Ridgefield Park is $25. That's on metered parking. Just to give you an idea. As you see in the note here, $11.50 of the $19 we currently charge goes to the state, so it's a big chunk. The second part of this was the thought that we had that I introduced a couple of weeks ago for you guys to think about, which is, do you want to make the fine for repeat parking higher than the fine for regular parking? And that we would go up to $50 for the first 5 tickets, then $75, then $100. The current proposal on regular parking tickets is $25 for the first, $50 for the second through the 10th, $75 for the 10th through the 20th, and $100 for those over 20. So for your discussion.
Can we make it 100? I mean, I think it's, if you make it painful enough, again, using New York City as an example, I'm very careful, and it's actually, economically, I think it's better to park in a parking garage than take the chance of getting 100, and I think it's up to $110 to $120 in New York City. If you make it painful enough, people are going to do the right thing.
So are you saying take the, wait, I want to make sure I'm hearing
So
this.
if it's 50,
Make it as high as possible to make it painful so they won't do it
For
again.
repeat parking,
For
not
repeat.
for the regular parking ticket.
For repeat.
So you're suggesting we start repeat at 100?
I think that's a little steep. I mean, I don't know. I like to think of this as somebody earning
Can we make it
a very
competitive with
modest
other
income.
municipalities?
you'd both talk.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it was a little steep for my blood. I mean, I just find that, people working in the downtown are not making a tremendous amount of money, and I get that we want to make it something that kind of bites and makes you think twice before you do it. What is okay.
So we have some competitive data, some market data on kind of what we think is repeat parking. It's really hard to discern this when you look at the data, and it looks like, exceeding time at meter was $48 in Edgewater, $40 in Hackensack. That's the only thing we could really find as far as discerning between being too long and, not paying.
Yeah, so can you just find out from those municipalities whether or not those rates discourage people from doing that?
I think it's going to be hard to get that data, but we'll try. I mean,
It might be, that might be the price point, maybe.
I have an idea that might be able to help that out. I think the idea of a tiered system is pretty good, because if you start out with $50 and somebody's not making that much money downtown, they're going to realize, okay, I shouldn't do this. But if somebody is making a decent buck downtown and they get 5 tickets, maybe that's not so much, but then it goes up to 75, then it goes up to 100, and depending on how many times they're going to repeat park in the month. And I think if we implement that, then we'd be able to look at the data that we already have at the current fine system, because we have that, we know what it is, and then we implement this and let this run for 2, 3, 4 months, and then we see if there's any noticeable decrease in repeat parking because of the tiered fine system and the higher fines. That way we can compare it to the data that we have, and then we can make a decision if this works, and if there's really no change, then maybe up the fine a little bit until you start to see a change in behavior.
so are you saying start the repeat parking at 50, do the 50, not go to the 100?
Right. And then just one other thing, there's like a typo, I guess, over at the repeat parking where it says over 10 tickets, $150. There should probably be over 20 tickets. But
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So you're saying go with the proposal as is? I just want to make sure.
I would say, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just make one comment that, are we doing this for the repeat parkers that, the true repeat parkers? Because if somebody comes into town, say they come shopping in January and get a ticket, their next ticket's going to be $50 if they come shopping in Ridgewood again. So, maybe to Jeff's point, are we going to deter the people that maybe are only going to get 2 tickets in a year but may never come back because they're going to say, don't park in Ridgewood, I got a $50 ticket there.
Oh, you're talking about the regular tickets now?
They're all regular tickets.
No, you're talking about the first tranche here.
Yeah,
that
the
started-
tier. So the first tier. So maybe the first tier is the lenient tier, and then after, maybe the 5th ticket. Because if you're coming into town, your second time into town maybe, and you get a $50 ticket, and, are you going to come back? Or are you going to tell everybody that you just got a $50 ticket in Ridgewood and don't shop there?
Okay, so we're
You know
talking
what I mean?
about
So-
the
Yeah,
regular
but- yeah,
parking
I think when
tickets
it's-
going 1 to 5 at 25, and then we start 6 through 10 at 50. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, for the regular
It's a
tickets.
little more palatable if
Yeah.
you're just a shopper and, happen upon Ridgewood, and then the next time you come.
Can I ask a stupid question? So the $11.50, it'll still be $11.50 no matter what the price of the ticket is, what goes to the state? So if it's 50, it'll be 11.50. If it's,
No, they'll
or
get
is
more.
there some kind of percentage?
They'll get more.
Is it a percentage, do you know?
I thought it was.
Certain tickets work, I'm not
Right.
sure. Certain tickets work certain ways.
Yeah,
I think I do believe I believe that they stay at 11.50, but I'm not 100% sure of
Yeah,
that.
could you find that out? That'd be
Yeah,
great.
we will.
Yeah,
We
thanks,
will.
thanks.
I'm almost certain.
I actually think you're right. I think it's on the ticket schedule, it's on the fee
Yeah.
schedule, and
Yeah.
it tells you how much goes, so it's like a basic rate.
No, it's steady through.
It's steady through.
It doesn't matter. Whether you increase the fee or whatever, it doesn't
It's
matter.
11.50.
Right.
The state gets
Standard
the same.
state.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a standard state
We'll
fee.
verify that, but
So it's a nice revenue generator, right?
Excuse me?
It's a nice revenue generator.
Well, I just had a question for Councilwoman Walsh.
Yeah.
So with the repeat parking, not the over the time parking would start out at 25, but for the schedule, you're talking on the repeat parking schedule, start at 25 and then go 50, 75, and 100? Or start at 25 and then after your 5th ticket, jump right to 75?
Yeah, I would, on the repeat, I would jump higher, but on the overtime, I would keep it
Right.
lower.
Overtime,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
repeat 1 through 5, you'd be okay with 25?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, I guess there's no formula here, and we're, for the repeat parkers, we're just trying to not get them to do that.
Dissuade them, sure.
Yeah, to dissuade them, but for the person that just happens to be here a couple of times a year, we don't want to stick it to them.
Right,
So let me do this one more time so that we got this right. First, the first tranche, regular parking
Overtime,
tickets.
right.
First through 5th, 25, 5th through 10th, 50, 10th through 20th, 75, over 20, 100, correct?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Repeat parking, first through 5th, 50.
Well, then I would go
Six-
down to 25.
That's
Right.
why I wanted to make sure. I didn't
Yeah.
think we want,
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what you're saying. Yeah, the first 1 through 5 on repeat would start at 25,
And then it would
Okay,
jump.
not 50.
okay,
half
so I
of
just
that.
want to point out that that may not act as the kind of non-motivator.
Yeah, I think you're getting rid of like the teeth. I think we
I
just
mean,
took.
Ramon was at 100 at one
Right.
point.
Ramon just went to 100. We're just
Start high, negotiate down.
By the way, Ramon, I like your numbers.
So why don't we, I mean, I think, the question is whether or not if the 25 doesn't have enough bite, and the 50, some think is too much, there's nothing to stop us from just making it 35 or 40. I mean, we could just go anywhere, right?
How about we do the first one at 25 in that category, just like we were doing in the old.
The repeat?
Right.
Okay.
And the
Good
repeat,
thinking.
the first ticket you get as a repeat is 25. Then tickets 2 through 5 are 50.
Right, that makes sense. Good.
Okay.
Does that work better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
so 1 is 25, 2 to 5 is 50, and then we continue.
So let me just ask, the little ticket machine, I'm actually kind of familiar with the machine that the ticket comes out of. So unfortunately, I'm a little familiar with it. Is there any message that can be coded into that so that when somebody gets the ticket, they repeat park, so they have this ticket, we actually want to give them the message that the next ticket is going to be significantly higher. Is there a way, or is there anything that we print on the back of that to say, be aware if you do this again? There's no way to give that message.
The information that prints on a ticket is actually approved by the state and is
Okay.
very specific on what goes on it. So I don't think there would be any way to add a message to that.
And I don't think you want to put we don't want to put flyers in
No.
the windows of cars because then they wind up across the CPD. They're just going to be shot.
Yeah.
Sticker shock.
Yeah, sticker shock. Yeah, all right. I just think like if I got a ticket on my car and then if I knew that the next time now I got that ticket, it was going to be significantly higher, I think it's like a good piece of information that I'm like a repeat offender, if you will, and I'd be thinking twice about that in the future, but unfortunately, okay, you answered that.
Without veering off topic, because we have mentioned shoppers before, and I know the sidewalk days are coming. Have we ever tried to do free parking in the CBD during the sidewalk days to kind of get people in
We
to shop, or no?
have in the past on occasion, my understanding, right? You know more of the history.
Yes, and a lot of that has been through the Chamber of Commerce. They have done it, the Patch has done it, there was a Park on Patch Day. So there have been various entities that have kind of covered the parking on specific dates in the past.
Okay.
See, and what's nifty about Park Mobile, if we were using Park Mobile only, is you could have those days all the time, and you could actually have merchants pay for their customers' parking using Park Mobile. But since not everybody's using it, but it's a thought. It's a thought.
So just to go through that, so we would go the first at 25, 2 through 5 is 50,
Right.
then 6 through 10, 100, and then over is when the 150?
No, I have 6 through 10 at 75, and I have 10 through 20 at 100.
Yep,
Okay,
Is that right?
that's what, yeah.
okay. All right.
Okay?
All right, and then we're deleting. Okay, good.
Okay, so we wanted to talk a bit about overnight parking restrictions. And so, just to go back a little bit, I guess on June 21st, Diane came to see me with her neighbor and talked about the problems that they're having on their street So the first stop was Citizen Safety Action Committee, and there was some discussion there. On July 13th, in my manager's report, I talked through this issue and said that we had to address it and that we had 2 residents that wanted it addressed yesterday. So this is the work session we have it on. I think our feeling is this is really a policy issue for the council, and the way we brought it to you was by Chris putting together an ordinance that reflects the practice that we have today. So today, the chief of police does waive overnight parking. There's some rules around it. I know you're shaking your head because I know you're going to say the first 1 to 5 days, actually central dispatch, and that's part of the policy that Jackie's going to go through. But this ordinance, first and foremost, allows the chief to waive, because although the policy for the last X number of decades, long time, there's been waiver ability of overnight parking, the ordinance frankly didn't support it. Okay, so what Chris has done here in the ordinance has made that, doable within the ordinance. So I think Jackie's here to talk a little bit about this and a little bit about how this works today, the process, and she'll be addressing the 1 to 5 days. Some examples of current policy that she follows, just as kind of fodder for a discussion about how you would want to see this policy going forward. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
So as Roberta stated, from 1 to 5 days, all a homeowner needs to do is call up our main phone number and go to our central dispatch and have the information about the vehicle, and they can park really for whatever reason. Anything over 5 days, they then get directed down to my office or whoever I'm giving them to that day. And there's a huge variety of reasons that come in. Just within the last few weeks, I've been dealing with the individual whose college kids are home for the summer, the family who mom and dad just had to move back in with the kids because mom and dad's house sold, but the driveway, it was inconvenient to fit all of the cars in the driveway. The homeowner that's having the driveway paved, so they're not allowed to park in it for the next week. We constantly have home construction where a dumpster is in a driveway, and we go back to the two cars that can fit in the driveway, but they have 2 kids, and now they have 4 cars because everything is there and they don't fit. And the issue is trying to treat everyone the same. And mine has always been, just because it's not convenient to park in the driveway, that's not a good enough reason. If it fits, it fits. Because you may have an extra car or 2, when we're dealing with 3 and 4 months, I always ask people, talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to your neighbors. See if you can find some space to squirrel another car in. We had a call from someone, they were going on vacation. They have a 2-car shared driveway. The 3rd family was coming with them, and they have an extra one, but their street is no parking. No parking means no parking means no parking. You're still not parking on that street. And my suggestions are the same. Friends, family, neighbors, somewhere else to go that's going to keep an eye on your vehicle. So it always gets to be a little bit contentious and juggling of the cars. And that's not even taking into consideration the things like Oak Street Apartments or East Ridgewood Avenue Apartments, that when those were originally built, if there was 1 car for each apartment, that was a lot. And now you're dealing with a minimum of 2, and sometimes 3 and 4, that they simply don't have a place to be able to put them, that we have to come up with some sort of a longer-term solution for all of our residents.
I guess the other issue is enforcement and how we enforce. And did you want to talk to that a little bit?
I can. We get repeat complaints for some streets, and it's everything from people are parking overnight every single night, but yet when my people happen to go down that street at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's no cars there, but it may mean that they're out on the street at 6 o'clock in the morning, so when the resident comes out at 7 or at 8, they see the car and assume it's been there all night long. You also have that it is simply not possible for us to get to every single street in town every single night. And there are some nights when the officers are all busy and they don't write a single overnight ticket because they don't have that ability to do so. As long as a car is parked in a legal fashion, it doesn't necessarily make it a dangerous thing for the car to be on the roadway. Again, legal parking space where it's permitted to be.
Okay, so, question?
And I guess the other part of this is Chris here had an idea that he just, he thought we'd float, which was, you like this, Jeff, a fee for more revenue, a fee for overnight parking. I don't know, we've had some internal brainstorming about that, whether that makes sense other than a fine, because we should be writing some tickets for overnight parking. So I just wanted to point that out.
So, questions?
Yeah, I had a couple. So I think I was on the Citizen Safety Advisory Committee when this first came to us, and that was in June, and then there was the reorg, and now Councilwoman Walsh is on the committee. But I think what happened was, somebody had consistent overnight parking due to a lack of parking at the apartments. So is this a problem that's throughout the town, or is it just certain areas where there's just not enough parking? I mean, is there streets other than Heights Road that are experiencing the same thing of overnight parking for weeks on end?
We regularly have, again, places like Heights, like Ridgewood Ave, like Oak Street, that there are normally cars parked overnight outside simply because they don't have space. But we also have a lot of individual residents that have 4 kids with 7 cars that they don't all fit in the driveway, and guess what? They're also regularly parking on the street overnight, which is why it's a bigger issue than just an apartment complex issue.
I just wonder, because we have an ordinance that we prohibit overnight parking. And when somebody has a need for something unusual, your driveway's being paved, maybe the dumpster issue, maybe you have family from out of town, so you make an accommodation. But I guess my question is, if we continue down this road, at what point do we just say, what's the purpose of having no overnight, having the ordinance to begin with? It almost seems to me that could be so abused that somebody's using it to supplement their own parking, because whether it's an apartment, and we have the potential for construction downtown. So, I mean, is it the obligation of the village to provide parking to, for instance, an apartment building to supplement the lack of parking is that our job? I'm concerned that we're setting a standard that down the road could actually, the genie's out of the bottle. I'm concerned. I would not be real comfortable with somebody asking for more than X number of days a month.
And it could be set at a certain number, and I will only say that the backside of that, one of my conversations with a resident recently who had the issue with his child being home for the summer, that the only other option he had was spending approximately $8,000 to attempt to get a variance to widen his driveway to allow for the extra vehicles.
Right. Yeah, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we're setting ourselves up for the regular standard of somebody parking every single night, overnight, and just using it as their regular parking. It's their driveway is the street now, and I am concerned.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're setting it up. It's been like this for a while.
Well, and it's usually not the same vehicle overnight all the time, because we do some of the homework when we get the complaints, and we will restrict people and tell them they are not permitted if we have the same vehicle for what we feel is an excessive number of times.
Right.
But many times it will be a different car from a different member of the family.
Right, I get it.
Or kind of like the store owners do in town, they're just switching spots with each other, the 2 neighbors. One neighbor gets both spaces one night, and the other neighbor gets it the other night. So it's different cars at different points in time.
Right.
So I think what we would have to do is, because there are special circumstances where if you are having your home remodeled or your driveway paved or something like that, I mean you need a couple nights, maybe a week, but it's not constant. And so you're not going to be getting your driveway paved every single week. So I think what we would have to do is define, is like strictly define what is abuse, like what is an acceptable number, and then what is abuse, and then how do we dissuade that abuse? Is it fines? I think maybe fines as a deterrent would be better than offering a fee for people to abuse the system, because then that just kind of says, well, if you pay us enough money, you could flout the law, or kind of encourages the same kind of issue where you might have safety issues on narrower streets, and people are saying, well, we'll just pay to park for 5 months in this location, and that's okay. But you have to define, some people need it and it's temporary, but some people are abusing it. So again, we'd have to come up with what is that abuse, and then how you want to deal with it.
And it's making the distinction of, 3 months where a dumpster is in someone's driveway, so they can't possibly park in a driveway under house construction. How is that different than 3 months when a child is home for a summer vacation?
Yeah. Well, that was a good point, Jackie.
Well, I mean, just as an when I went to school at State College, I had an apartment right on College Avenue, and there was no parking, and I had a car. So, and there was no overnight parking on the street. So what I had to do every single day was take my car, not every day, because sometimes I didn't use my car, but whenever I used my car, I'd have to drive it out to the Walmart on the outskirts of town, like 10 minutes away, depending on traffic, park my car in the back of Walmart, and then jump on a city bus, and then go back home. And then in the morning or the afternoon, if I needed my car, I had to take the bus out to Walmart again, get my car, and go through this every single day or every other day. But I rented the apartment knowing that I didn't have a parking space, and it was going to be an issue, so I dealt with it.
Ooh, so maybe we could do trolleys going back and forth from the lots. So I guess I don't think necessarily we're going to resolve this here, but I guess maybe what we're looking for is some guidance, and maybe someone from the council can work with a couple of us, or maybe citizen safety should take. I don't know where this belongs.
Citizen safety,
as far as coming up with a recommendation.
How about who? So I'd be happy to work on this. I would like to troubleshoot this and help figure it out. So I'll put my name on top of it, and I'll see what we can do. Let's kind of
Okay, but meanwhile, we do have a proposal here to fix the ordinance to say that it can be waived. The policy would, and I think what we could say is the policy will come after what that means. I mean, what are the rules behind waiving?
Okay.
And am I hearing that we're not ready yet for the fee?
Yeah.
Right.
Right, you have to discuss whether that's going to be a fee or a fine, and then what that would
Okay.
be. But to codify what we're doing already, I think would be the first step, and then we can add to that and modify it to define what is abuse, and then how do we deal with abuse versus just offering a service to our residents who might need it.
Right. So, Chris, you heard that, right? We'll just check. Okay, great.
Okay.
Chris writes a lot of these, you'll notice, right?
He does.
Okay, so can I go on to 6B6? Actually answering a question that came up earlier. This is an attempt to, not an attempt, this is updating the valet parking ordinance for what is currently happening and what we recommend. What winds up happening here is there are 3 restaurants that have valet parking. As a result of this ordinance, we're tweaking it around a little bit. Novo would have 4 spots, Roots would have 7, and Park West would have 3. I think I got that right, yeah. We're currently no longer using the spots on the side of Fish because they stopped their valet parking service, so those got freed up. So those are the three areas. So what Chris is doing here is just updating this to say how we think it's safer, so that we, instead of coming in angled for valet parking and then coming out like this, we're coming in parallel.
Right. Any questions?
Chris, did you want to add anything, or do you think I? Okay.
Any questions?
So sorry, so the coming in parallel, is that what's I've seen done now at Roots? Where they,
Yes.
Okay. So are they losing those angle spots then? In front of the coin store?
Well, they're using them as parallel now, because what we were finding is when you came in angled,
Right.
you would have to pull out like this, and it was
Sure.
causing traffic jams either way. But Chris could add to that.
Good evening again. Yeah, the initial configuration of the valet parking for routes, the example you asked about, was pulling into an angled space.
Right.
The backing out maneuvering by the valets got to be very problematic. A number of the chief's officers had given feedback from their observations, suggesting we had a real hazard. We addressed it in a number of ways. Initially, we introduced an ordinance that prohibited a U-turn in Chestnut Street because valets were doing that. Again, that's an unsafe action. And then we looked at carefully that strip where the former Stallings jeweler is, and now I think it's a makeup supply store.
Yeah.
And in talking with the traffic officers, we determined it would be much safer if the valets pulled up there, even if they pulled up two cars against the curb. They still have a better thoroughfare on Chestnut Street and can manage that. We initially gave routes the first 8 spaces from East Ridgewood Avenue. It was not just routes, it was also for the other valet concessionaire that was serving, I think, Greek to me,
It's
Memoir.
Greek to me. It's Greek to me, Memoir, Fish, and
Fish.
Jen.
But that second group of restaurants has now ceased with their valet parking, so there's a little more room there, hence I'm taking one space there. What we've also seen, again, working with the police department and with the angled parking down by Novo, they originally had 3 spaces, and it was kind of tight for them to pull in parallel to the curb, again, for those safety reasons, so we're going to give them a 4th space. And we're also hoping that does something very critical. We had seen at times at the valet for Novo, if they were really pressured with a lot of people coming in, they were stacking cars in the Chestnut Street lot. And we really did not want that action because that takes that a lot away from the patrons who would want to pay to use that lot. So this hopefully will keep that organized also a little bit better. The third location is with Park West. They also have a parallel spot there, 2 parallel spots. It is parallel parking on that side of the street. When they had a larger inflow, it was also backing up there. We're recommending that we give them an additional 3rd spot, and the ordinance reflects that also.
So is Roots losing the spots in front of the coin store, closer to the actual...
It's losing the northmost spot. So that would be a little bit past the coin store, almost past the Roots establishment itself.
Okay.
So it'll be from East Ridgewood Avenue, be the first 7 spots instead of the current 8 spots that they have access to. And you can see that because the signs are on the meter posts, but we don't have meter bags to cover them, so what Roots has done is they put like butcher paper over the valet parking regulation sign so that users of those parking spaces during the daytime are not confused thinking that they're committing a prohibited action.
And I think you see between those 3 restaurants, Park West does not do valet every night, so they do it generally more towards the weekends. Roots doesn't do it every night either. I think they're not Sundays or Mondays, and Novo is also it's not every night. So,
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you.
thank you. Chris, you could sit up here, and just in case you want to comment on the one of our most interesting topics, paving moratorium violations. So why don't you introduce this?
Yes, I have an ordinance for your consideration to increase the penalty for paving moratorium violation. Paving moratorium is the 5-year period after we resurface a street in the village that no one digs a hole in it. Unfortunately, people do, usually the utility. Even our own Ridgewood Water Company does, PSE&G, and sometimes even people who are doing a home remodeling or a demo will have to dig. We've always had a moratorium violation fine of $1,000. I believe in this ordinance, I'm recommending it to be bumping it up to $1,500.
So, Chris,
So Jeff, I thought you'd like this one.
So a couple questions. So, do you know how much it costs us to fill these things in? I mean, is there any...
Generally, it doesn't cost us anything if they get a street opening permit. Part of the conditions in a street opening permit is the contractor or the person opening the street has to make a full and proper restoration. On a street that's a paving moratorium violation, they have to use an infrared restoration for the surface. So you have a very smooth finished surface. You'll just see maybe a little boxed out area.
So do we fix the hole, or does PSE&G fix the hole?
PSE&G is supposed to fix the hole.
Yeah.
Our permit process, which is separate of the moratorium violation, has a bond component of it that say if a contractor, say it's a fly-by-night operation, they give us the cash bond, then they disappear and they'll fix the hole, we will take that bond, we will fix that hole, and debit those charges from their bond.
I'm going to kind of push the envelope here a little bit. So PSE&G has deep pockets. So my thought is, let's make it as high as possible. If they want to ruin the street, they can certainly do it, but it's going to cost them an arm and a leg. So 1,500, I'd jack it up higher.
Well, PSE&G, we've had a very good relationship with their work recently. Many times we get them to resurface half the street, if not the whole street, that they've done gas work on. I can't complain on behalf of the village that they've slighted us. If we raise the rate, it may hurt more the residents that have, say, a broken sewer line and need to have a sewer line replaced because they can't flush their restrooms anymore in the house. The contractor's just going to pass those costs on to the homeowner.
Another question, how much money do we make on this a year? These little, is it
10 and 20,000.
10, 20,000? So it's not a lot. I mean, so if you...
No, I think we want to maintain a good working relationship with PSE.
Thanks.
Jay?
Okay.
I mean, if you'd like, we can revisit this in a year or two. That's always a good time after a couple of years to see how a change in the rate such as this has an effect and whether you folks in the council would consider wanting to go further up.
I guess the other interesting question here is, and I don't think I asked it, is have we benchmarked this against other municipalities and how much they charge?
Yeah, it's good.
Not recently.
Yeah, we should find that out too. I mean, if they got it higher, then we should do competitive rates.
Well, what I've seen in riding around in the county, some communities seem like they don't really care who digs a hole in their street, and their streets reflect that. We're trying to maximize the money that the council allocates for street resurfacing by keeping it as good as possible for the residents, because we don't have we have a lengthy cycle between resurfacings, upwards of 20 years a street.
Right.
Could you find out what the other municipalities?
We'll try to do that by
Good,
next
thanks.
week. But
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Great.
Okay, I guess we're on C2. So this is the vehicle replacement of vehicle number 119. This is in the capital budget. It's a state contract, so we're recommending this. Vehicle 119, for anyone who's interested, was purchased in 2001. So this vehicle's been with us 15 years.
Any questions?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay, the next one you've seen, for those of you on the council who have been here, we've gone through the vegetative waste collection bid several times over the last couple of years. We got a really good rate, better than the old rate that we had at $15 per cubic yard, 2 vendors, so we're suggesting that we, in fact, award this to Nature's Choice and B&B Organic Recycling.
I'm fine with that, but just a question I have is that, I mean, it's so much lower than before. Are they going to stiff us? You know, I mean, and that's my worry is that, I mean, are they actually going to be able to do it?
Well, I mean, they have to perform. If they don't perform, then, we'll walk away from them. But right now, I mean, I think it went up to, since I've been here, I think we've gone from 65,000 to 95,000 in this kind of waste removal, so this brings us a little back down. So
I'm just curious as to why the rate is so low. I mean,
I guess they want the business.
Really? Okay. And this is for how long? How many, a couple of years, a year?
This is, I think, a year.
Okay. So do you think that...
It's for the current vegetative waste cycle.
It's for the current season, yeah.
Do you think they'll jack it up after? Or no? Don't know?
I don't know, I can't.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out there's actually 2 for vegetative waste, because they have to take it out within a certain amount of time, and so if the organic, whatever they're called, Nature's Choice can't do it right away, then B&B has to come in and do it as well. So it's 2 separate resolutions.
It's 2 separate resolutions. This is highly regulated, though, right? Oh, I see the chief back there. So this is the purchase of a 2016 fire pumper. It replaces the 1989 Pierce fire pumper. I see Captain Duflock is there, who was on the committee with Captain Schmidt and Lieutenant Weber on coming up with the specs for the new pumper. It'll take about a year from the time the order is placed. And then what we will do is we will take the 1989 Pierce pumper and either sell it or trade it in, depending on how much money we get either way.
Okay.
So, Jim, just to confirm, there's no fricking way that we can get another grant for this?
No.
You sure?
1989, it's been there a long time.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions?
6C5, you all got my note that I sent you earlier this week. We removed that from the agenda because we wanted a more comprehensive study. 6C6, this is a recommendation. We budgeted for this specifically to engage a CDR McGuire to develop a continuity of operations plan. I think those of us that come out of the business sector, we've always had continuity of business plans. So this is a key OEM initiative for the year. We would engage this firm to work with us department by department, identify all the crucial tasks that have to get done if we don't have access to the building or the network goes down, and come up with a plan. So that's what this is.
That's great. Any questions? Okay, moving on.
Okay, so now we're on 6C7. We discussed this in the manager's report, and this is again to provide sanitary sewage treatment to about 190 places that are outside of the village's municipal boundaries. We're suggesting that we raise those rates to $400 per year per connection, based on the fact that we've been paying for Northwest Bergen County Utilities $460. I know Jeff is about to ask the question about why we would not, because he asked me this on the phone, why we would not go up to $460. Chris and I discussed that a bit. I think our feeling is that we're doubling it already. Some of these communities are our sister communities, like Glenrock. And the last time we raised rates that much, I'm not even going there.
Well,
how are they going to be notified that the rate's going to be raised?
So we would go out to them and let them, and one of the reasons we want to do this now is we'll go out to each of the municipalities and let them know ahead of time so that they budget.
Okay.
Great.
But, I mean, if you want to push the envelope to 460, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference overall. I think we're talking about 20,000 about?
Well, you got 60 times 190,000, so
60 times
190, 60 times 190, so you're looking at I don't know, you're looking at $11,400.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's an additional $11,400. So, I mean, that's found money. My suggestion is do it $460. I mean, because that's what we're paying. Wait, can't we do that?
I mean, we could do anything. I think that it's obviously it's already doubled. I think it's going to be...
If it's double, it's another $60. I'm thinking it's going to, I mean, at that point, I don't think they even care. That would be my guess.
And we...
Yes, the ordinance before you is to double our current rate. It hasn't been raised in a number of years. This is the annual treatment cost. There is also another component. If you are an outside municipality and you have a new connection in the service area that DEP has designated as ours, you have to pay a connection fee for a residential dwelling of $5,000 per dwelling unit. If you are a commercial entity, you fall under the commercial connection fee for flowing into the village.
Okay, so what are you suggesting here, Chris?
I would suggest leave it at this, because this will certainly, we will get kickback from the communities that flow to us. They're very comfortable and happy with our current rate. We will make them very uncomfortable.
So you're going to have to explain it, right? You'll have to explain why you're doubling the rate. I mean,
I could explain it very simply. You have a choice: pay or go buy yourself a Homer bucket.
So if that's the case, why don't you just make it $460?
It's a legal remedy.
I'm not going to take her over $60, that's fine, I don't care.
I mean, what I'd like to do is raise it. I also like, in the previous testimony I gave, I'd like to consider reviewing it again in a couple of years and keep it current with the costs that we pay.
Okay.
I'm happy personally with the 200. I'm good with that. Okay. I mean, I don't know about anyone else, if anybody has.
Fine.
All right,
Okay.
6C8, I think I mentioned this at the last manager's report. We were looking at Lakeview. We were looking at the possibility of outsourcing the management of Lakeview. When we looked at the relative cost between us doing it and even doing a capital investment for the Scarab and for the windrow turner and the tub grinder, this came out too expensive. So we are going to reconvene and think about doing another RFP. It won't be in time for this leaf season, but so this is to reject the bids.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that, we move on to policy, and our first item is revisions to ordinances 3489 through 3492, multifamily housing. I don't know, does everyone have background on that?
No, it's just going to be, I'm going to just read a couple of statements here, and then I'm just going to open it up to you guys as to what you think. So the suggestion here is for us to repeal ordinances 3489 through 3492, and I did talk with Matt the other day, and I'm just going to read what we've come up with, and I'm just going to open it up to you guys as to what you think. So, based on legal counsel, it appears that the proper course of action is a letter to the planning board from the council detailing the reasons why the amendments to the master, we have to amend the master plan first before we can revise the ordinances. Amendments to the master plan need to be revisited and revised by the planning board. The reasons are based on sound planning and zoning principles as applied to the specific zones as outlined in the ordinances 3489 through 3492. These principles also take into account appropriate densities when compared to floor area ratios. The considerations the council requests the planning board to evaluate include, but are not limited to, as the ordinances for B, 3R, CR, and AH2 are currently configured, the floor area ratios allow for very large units in square footage to be built on each of the proposed developments at a density of 35 units per acre. We believe the current FARs, which are in excess of 140% in each ordinance, should be revisited in order to provide for more appropriate densities in these zones. Also, recognizing the significant need for parking in the central business district, consideration should be given to a review of the permissible on-site parking requirements for each zone so as to remove any negative impact the development of properties in these zones may have, more specifically, I think, with the enclave. Any other considerations the planning board in its review, if so decides, deem appropriate and reasonable. So the recommendation being made here is for council members, therefore, to compose a letter from the council to the planning board to revisit these ordinances and amend them in consideration of the above. So I'm throwing it out to you guys as to whether or not we should be looking to write a letter. We certainly can talk about this in closed session as to what the letter would entail or would be in the letter. But I want to open it up to you as to what you think. Should we be looking to repeal these ordinances? So anybody want to open up and your thoughts?
Okay. All right, Mike?
Well, I don't know if this could be answered here, but I mean, legally, what would that open us up to? Because obviously there's people ready to move on things, and I would just need to know what we might be facing.
From the potentials for litigation, that's something we should discuss in closed.
That's what I figured.
Okay. So it's a good question. Just
Oh, yeah, and I know, and I figured it would have to be discussed in closed, but I figured I would preface it by saying that.
But the issue is that if there's an interest, I think what Jeff's asking is if there was an interest in repealing these ordinances, there is a process under the municipal land use law that has to be followed. Either the council comes up with this on their own, rewrites the ordinances and sends it over, but you need, in order to differ from the existing master plan, and I'll use the Valley Hospital issue back from 2010, you have to come up with sound zoning and planning reasons for that difference. The other method is to ask the planning board to review the ordinances with some specific direction and ask them to reconsider.
and depending upon what they do, then you can decide what you're going to do next. So that, I think, is the choice that I think Jeff is asking. The other aspect of this is that with the letter, the direction that's to be given may involve a number of different planning and zoning issues that may be of concern. He's gone ahead and identified two, so there may be others. So he's asking if this is the process that everybody wants to do, then spend some time, think about these things, and we should formulate a letter to be sent over the planning board by resolution to direct them to consider these issues when looking at those ordinances.
Okay. Ramon?
I think we should have a separate discussion in the closed session first.
Okay.
About what the legal implications.
I'd like to hear more about it.
That's fine.
Bernadette?
You know what, I'm going to agree with Ramon on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have several other questions, but I'm fairly certain that they'd have to be addressed in closed session, so it seems more like a closed session discussion than something that maybe we can engage in right now.
Again, and I'm fine with this, but the concern I have is I know some of the people in the community have been very concerned about these ordinances, and we do owe them, I think we owe them an answer as to what we're going to do. And I know we can talk about it in closed session, but my guess is these things are moving forward pretty quickly, and I'm hoping that we can get something back to the community as to what we want to do. Is that reasonable? Or?
Yeah, so let me just, and Matt, you can stop me if I'm going to a place that you're not comfortable with, but I just want to be clear that there are site plan applications presently through the completeness review, and so those hearings actually, I have this written down, but I believe is September 6th is for the first public hearing on a site plan, and I believe that would be for the Dayton. Because prior to, I think, 2008 or 2010, the law was, the application was bound to zoning at time of decision, but now it's time of application. Any changes to any of these ordinances would not affect necessarily.
That's part of the legal discussion, I think, that we can have and talk about that. But yes, right now, the way the municipal land use law is written in the amendment that came through in 2010 or 9 was that it now becomes the ordinance that's in effect at the time of the application and it's being deemed complete is the ordinance that the application gets to be gets that right of that particular ordinance for approval. So the changes may not impact it. I don't know where the applications are going to go. I don't know what's going to happen with them before the planning board, but those are some of the implications that we got to talk about.
Right.
Yeah, and so one of the other concerns I have, obviously, is that, future development, so if we can kind of minimize the numbers in some of these ordinances, make them smaller, future developers would have, they'd have a baseline that they would have to go against, as opposed to...
Well, that may be one of the discussion items and one of the things you ask about and review. So there's a number of reasons. If you're interested in this, there may be a number of reasons you have that you want to have a new look at it, and we'll discuss those, and couch those with regard to the potential legal ramifications of what they mean.
And so for the record, I'm supportive of this effort. I want to be very clear. I am supportive of it. I just think we need to iron out those details.
Good.
Okay,
Thanks.
Great.
Yep, great.
Okay. All right. Next item, establish an investigation committee related to multifamily housing, and we're just going to turn it right back over to Jeff.
Okay. So this relates to, I know, the community having concern about what happened in this whole process of these multifamily units, both on the planning side and how they ended up getting to be ordinances. So I'm going to read some, not necessarily legalese, but I'm going to give you the background of the law as to why we can do this, and then I think we're going to discuss this as a group. So bear with me. Under Optional Municipal Charter Law, Section 40:69A.91 or -91, and this relates to committees. Nothing shall prevent the municipal council from appointing committees of its own members or citizens to conduct investigations related to the welfare of the municipality and delegation of such powers of inquiry to these committees as deemed necessary. The second part that we're going to look at is also in the New Jersey statutes, and it gives this particular investigation committee teeth. So this reads as follows: under Section 40:48-25, municipal investigation committees the power to issue subpoenas. When the governing body of a municipality shall have appointed a committee of its members upon any subject or matter within its jurisdiction, the committee may issue a subpoena to testify and/or produce evidence to any person within this state, to appear before to give testimony or information required. The subpoenas may be served by any police officer or constable of the municipality. Further, failure to appear or provide evidence requested would result in court orders to do so, and upon further failure, fines or jail time. As well, those who commit perjury would be charged. So we're going to use those particular, the suggestion here is to use these particular laws for the following. And by the way, this is stuff that happens at the federal, state, and local level. When you look at congressional hearings or whatever else, this is what they essentially do. We're going to be doing this at the municipal level, if we decide to do this. So, under these laws and from consideration for the council is a resolution to effectuate them for Ridgewood in regards to multifamily housing. There's been a palpable concern expressed by village residents to understand what happened and whether the legislative process was properly followed in regards to how ordinances 3489 through 3492 were passed. The goal with this investigative committee is to ensure this process has been made as transparent as possible and to understand the truth. We will be calling relevant parties, including prior council members and developers, before this committee to testify under oath. It also was the goal with these sessions to make them public. So I'm opening it up to you guys as to whether you think this is a reasonable course of action for us to follow in understanding what happened through this process over the past couple of years.
Okay. So, comments, thoughts?
All right, I guess I'll start. Are you trying to change, is this to try and change sort of an outcome, or, the goal is to understand the truth, but then, how much, is there a cost to that? Are we going to have to pay lawyers, and could it change anything, and how,
Yes, it will. It will probably cost for transcribing, and I would imagine for legal counsel. So, yes.
Okay, I guess obviously we wouldn't have any kind of thought depending on depending on how. But does it change the outcome of anything? So is it worth incurring the cost to do this?
So my feeling is I believe it is, because I think we owe the public the answers to what happened here, and I think that's the most important thing. They need to find the truth. And I'm guessing that at the end of this session today, there may be some comments made on this, at least I'm hoping there are, as to whether or not you think this is a reasonable course of action, and as well as you guys. So,
my questions maybe more directed to Matt. And I'm all for transparency, and if there are any sort of reasons to believe that there was lack thereof, to move forward with any form of inquiry. But it seems somewhat narrow in scope. Will there be sort of similar resolutions for other types of inquiries, or just particular to multifamily? Or
that's strictly up to the board. Strictly up to the council as to whether or not they want to do that. This law is a very old law. I think it goes back to the early 20th century, and it deals with your legislative powers. You have authority to conduct this investigation. Mike asked a question about what you can do with it. You can't find that. Your job is for legislative purposes. So you go at this for the purposes of the investigation to determine whether or not there should be reconsideration of legislation. right? Or there should be anything done with legislation. You don't have authority to decide if there is a conflict of interest. You don't have authority to decide if something should be invalidated. But it's part of your authority to legislate that you have the right to determine, and investigate for legislative reasons, a certain particular act. When you declare an investigation, you have to give reasons. You have to identify what the investigation is about. And that's the reason why Jeff spoke the way he did. He and I worked on this together. But the purpose of it, which is to investigate, call witnesses, get documents with regard to the exchange, communications, whatever Jeff said when he read it, those things in regard to the developers and the prior staff or staff of the village is what he's identified as the purpose. So that really is kind of the best I can explain it. If you're general and just leave it that we want to investigate ordinances, that won't pass muster, somebody could challenge it and it would certainly go away. The idea here is to try and give direction to whatever the committee is going to do. The other aspect of the committee is that you can hire somebody to investigate it. I think one of the things you can do, too, is make it up of members of the council, but we can discuss that later. But because I am representing the village in regard to the declaratory judgment action for affordable housing, and have also dealt with the attorneys, although not entered an appearance yet, on the RCRD lawsuit, I wouldn't be able to work with you on this. You have to get somebody from the outside, but many municipalities do that. They hire somebody to do the investigation, conduct it, who is usually an attorney or somebody who's familiar with the law and the process, and they take care of it. So that's kind of the process about what you would do.
And what's the formal process to launch an investigation? Can anyone come up and say, look, I have a suspicion that there's something going on? What's the process?
That again is up to the council in determining, as you are the legislative body of this municipality, you have the ability to resolve, and that means by resolution, a committee to investigate a particular issue. The areas where it's been done by other municipalities, if this helps, have been with employee situations or department situations, certain things such as that. So it has been used. It is something that gets utilized by legislative groups. I think the most recent one, was one over in Glen Rock where they had an issue with one of their police officers, and there was a committee that was set up to investigate this, and that's kind of the way it went. So.
And one last question, I promise. Are there any existing mechanisms at the state and county level that already kind of look at these issues, or are we kind of?
I'd have to look into that if there's something that we could utilize that would allow that to happen. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'd have to check that out. I'm not sure.
So, just Matt, a quick question. So, if we decide to go ahead and move forward this as resolution, let's say at the next meeting, we could sign this in and we're off and running. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Bernadette?
So, I don't know if anybody in the audience has had the chance to read this. I don't know if it's over there, but as you read it, it sounds pretty severe. It sounds very almost McCarthy-ish, in furtherance of its legislative powers to conduct investigations. I think that as a 5-member council, that we do have powers to look into the ordinances and to amend the ordinances, change the ordinances, as we're perhaps going to talk about in closed session for this item here. And to Mike's point, this is going to be a pretty extensive and expensive proposition. And I just don't know what the final outcome would be and if it would give the people solace, maybe, if that's the word, if I'm thinking of what the intent of this is. It's uncomfortable to read this. it really is uncomfortable to read, and maybe that's why I'm a little choked up, because I really don't want to do investigations on anybody. I personally don't want to be involved with that. But I think that we as a council have the power to change ordinances, and maybe that's where we should direct our time and effort. I don't know, I think that we all want to get to the bottom of why some decisions were made, but when you read this, and maybe it would be good for the public to read this, and get their opinions as well, because, I think we would go down a path with this that might be just not pleasant, is probably the best way to say it. So, I don't know, maybe I'm talking from my heart on this one, but I'm a little uncomfortable with the way this is written.
Yeah, so I have to say my first knee-jerk reaction looking at this was also an incredible level of discomfort. Because, even though you believe that there seems to be something wrong, in your heart you feel that something's just not right with the process. The suggestion that there's an impropriety, because if you're an honest person, you are hard-pressed to believe that anyone engaged in something wrong. And so I think to that extent it becomes uncomfortable. On the flip side, there's this cloud of suspicion. There have been questions and comments and allegations and speculation, and there's two sides to it, and I haven't really decided how I should fall in on this, but there are two sides to it. You either find that there was something, and so you're not finding that there's anything wrong, you don't have the right to say there's a conflict of interest, but you do find that there was something that tainted a process, or you don't. And if you don't, in a way, that's a good thing. That would actually be a positive.
It kind of clears the air.
It actually, and that's where I'm going. Like, there's a piece of me, even as uncomfortable as it is, and I'm not quite sure that I would want to go down this road and spend this money. So I'm thinking it through, because as Bernadette said, when looking at this, it's very uncomfortable. But there are two sides to it, because there is the opportunity to give closure, but also to clear the air. And in a way, if I were on the receiving end of, I actually remember when one of the lawsuits came down at the planning board level, there was a board member who an issue was raised about a conflict, and that person was very, very upset. Just very upset. And I felt for him, because somebody was questioning his reputation, impugning his reputation. So in a sense, there's a positive flip side to this, because it clears the air. And if it were me in the crosshairs of that, I'd say, yeah, do it and do this. But on the other hand, I do feel uncomfortable, and I do need to understand better the time frame, what the goal is, what the plan is. And to Bernadette's point again, if the end is the relief being sought, if you will, would be similar to something in a lawsuit presently in front of us, then we could offer that relief without going through this process, actually, by going through what we just went through a moment ago. And that would be to send a letter to the planning board to say. But, of course, then that leaves that speculation that always remains unanswered. And always, I believe, that the community and the public trust will always and forever question what went on with these ordinances and question the process and look back and say, did we do everything we should have done to clear the air and to make this or make it right? So I'm on the fence on this to
I'm not saying it's the way, I'm saying it is a way.
Right.
Well, I'd like to, I think Councilman Walsh brought up a really good point, and I wanted to speak to that. It was ultimately, like, the ultimate goal of this seems to basically, the only thing that can happen really is this, if anything is proven or, theoretically anything happened, it would give us the opportunity to go back and re-examine the ordinances that were already passed. But then right before this, we were talking about going into a closed session to re-examine the ordinances that were already passed. So I do get the point of, there could be some suspicion and people might want the air cleared, but how much is that going to end up costing if we have to go out for outside counsel and bring in all these other people, when ultimately, if the goal is that this would allow us to re-examine the ordinances that were already passed, but then we're discussing that anyway. It seems like a more of a roundabout and expensive route to get to, where we're going in the discussion we had just prior to this. So, I mean...
I actually had another question, and maybe Jeff can maybe just explain a little bit more in detail, and part of this question will be for our council. There's presently nothing that prevents two council members from reaching out for individuals that Councilman Boyd is looking at to ask questions. There's nothing to prevent anyone from asking questions or to conducting a preliminary review to see if there's some there to see if there's anything. So there's really
without knowing exactly where the investigation would go, the only cautionary issue you have is that if you're going to go talk to, if two council members are going to go talk to one of the developers that's involved in this, that it creates a concern because they have pending applications. And if you approach that, you leave the door open, and there's litigation ramifications with regard to that I think we should discuss in closed. So that's the only, as far as I know, that may be the only one that I'm aware of in terms of where the investigation can take on a life of its own. It can go down a track that can go someplace that we're not even thinking of right now. Yeah. So I can't really answer that other than that particular one issue with the developers.
So, I mean, I've actually had a couple of people approach me who would be willing to testify, and, it might be good to, this is a way for them to kind of clear the air for them, too.
So I guess my question is...
With regard to those, there's no problem. Anybody can go talk to them at any time as long as it's not a quorum.
Right,
but
and so if...
The only one that I think you'd worry about is the developers, because it has ramifications and from a legal standpoint that we ought to talk about before that's discussed.
Right, so in other words, rather than going down this road that's uncomfortable, and it has a remedy that is also sought elsewhere, and there's a remedy that we can offer almost immediately anyhow, if we were to take a look at those people that are interested in at least coming forward with information, then at least we could make a determination as to whether or not there is some substance to those statements, and then whether or not this is...
Let me ask you a question. So are you proposing that they would come to a village council meeting with that information?
No,
or?
I think that you would want to, I mean, I'm just kind of putting this out into the world for anyone to jump in, and my thought is that you would have somebody sit down and have a private conversation so we better understand what they're asserting, what are they saying, and if they would come in and speak to us and maybe have a conversation.
I've already had a couple, and they were frankly uncomfortable with what I was told. So, and that concerns me greatly. I'm happy to bring those people in, and we can talk to them in closed session if you want.
I think if you have only two council members, you can just talk to them informally.
Right,
There's no need for a meeting.
Exactly.
There's no need for a public notice or public meeting or closed meeting.
Okay. All right.
So I think, just so you understand, I'm not saying that's what you should do.
So are we going to kind of chew on this a little bit, or are we heading in a direction that you don't want to do it?
I would like to just think about it. I want to think about what it means, what the repercussions are. I'd like to feel a little more comfortable having a little more information with it. And I would like to at least have an opportunity to speak to whoever it is that you're suggesting has information that would be support us going down this road and expending money if that's where we so desire. Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? Okay. All right.
Actually, I'd like to hear from the public if they have any comments on this.
Well,
not now, but on the 30 minutes after it. I'd really like to hear what you guys think.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, next ordinance is, so this one is an ordinance banning
Puppy mills.
puppy mills. All right. So this actually came to us. This is an ordinance to prohibit the sale of puppies and kittens sold at pet shops that are coming from large-scale commercial breeding facilities. As we know in the news of late, there's been quite a number of stories where they've uncovered pet shops selling animals that are in poor health and really suffering. So these are the sample we have attached as City of Hackensack. So, does anybody have any questions, comments? Okay. Okay. Central Business District Advisory Committee. Any questions or comments on that one?
Nope.
Okay. Great. Okay. Bergen County Open Space Grant. Oh, that's
Okay.
Roberta.
Again, I think I mentioned this at the last manager's report, that in fact, Bergen County has once again put together an open space trust fund program. That's the good news. The amount of money that they've allocated to this program this year is, I think, small. It's about $212,000 and supports, many municipalities. So our team brainstormed a couple of ideas. I actually shared these with Susan and Mike in our preparatory meeting for today. The idea that we kind of like the most, but I'll throw out three of them, as I call them, the feel-good programs, is doing some work at Memorial Park at Van Nest. And I actually have Chris and Tim and co. actually put together some very drafty, all right, but I'm going to hand them out anyhow, thoughts around this. Yeah, there's enough. So this would entail, as we know, Van Nest is undergoing this wonderful renovation with lighting. So this would be kind of in tandem with that. We would be removing the brick pavers and replacing them with decorative concrete sidewalks. We would be doing some electrical work. We would be doing some spotlights. We would acid wash the memorial. We would install iron benches. We put fencing around. Right now on your plan it shows fencing around the entire Van Nest Park. We've also talked about maybe just doing it on the one side that has that deep drop. There's some thought about maybe having outdoor musical instruments. We're not saying that that's part of the plan, but this is one idea for the grant, for applying for a grant. Let me just take you quickly through two other grant ideas, because maybe you like these better. Actually, the epiphany I had one morning was Citizens Park. Citizens Park on the west side is one of the only places that kids go sledding in the winter. It's a lot of fun. So when Chris and I and Janet were noodling, and Tim were noodling this, it would be kind of an integrated project where we would work on the sloping and make it safer to do the sledding. And we would put in ADA accessible playground at the top. We would do it in a way where benches would look down on the field. So if some parent had a child playing and a child up in the playground, they could do both. So that's another thought. That's Citizens Park. Another thought was doing a real trail, like a race trail in Grove Park. Those are the three ideas. We have to really decide tonight because we have to have an intent in. As you know from last year on Shedler, and I will make points on Shedler at this point, as you know last year on Shedler, we had a very big timing issue on applying for that grant. I will say again very strongly, applying for a grant does not commit any capital of this village. There is nothing that we do not commit capital. You can turn down a grant at any part of the process. As you know, we have a Shedler grant right now. The Phase 1 one, it lasts for 2 years. If we can't come to a conclusion on how to use it in 2 years, we just say, we're giving you back the money. Okay, so I just want to point out, this is not a decision that we take that we can't, I prefer us not walking away from it, but if we want to go ahead and work on any of these options, we have to have the intent in, it's not a big form, by next Wednesday. So those are the three kinds of ideas that we can, oh, and the other part of the idea, which I love at Van Nest, if this is possible, is during a Super Bowl, we were thinking about an ice skating rink at Van Nest. Having been in South Carolina during Christmas time, holiday time, in Greenville, I guess, I saw like hundreds of families. It was just unbelievable. And they had this rink, and it wasn't real ice, so it's kind of easy, and you could roll it out every year. So that could also be a part of kind of this Van Nest renewal. So I just throw those kind of ideas out there. But if you want to give us some of your feedback on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually been speaking to the folks who are driving this lighting of Van Nest project. I think it's a wonderful project. I think it's the kind of stuff that we need to, beautify the central business district, attract more families there. I think it's a shame now when you walk by Van Nest in the evening, it just looks like a black hole. I mean, there's nothing there. I think we get a lot more usage out of that park, get a lot more traffic foot traffic into the park. Any thought about moving in the holidays, the tree lighting to Van Nest instead of that sort of awkward spot at the top of, no?
Don't go there.
I'm sure you want to go there.
Don't go there.
Don't go there.
At one point it was.
It was,
I think
okay.
it is.
I'll tell
But we
you a
could
story
think about
later.
it, we could have two tree lightings.
Any way to, because I know the project for the lighting, I mean, most of the fund has been raised privately. There's still a shortfall. Any way that we can use part of the grant to help make that happen?
Here's the issue with timing, right? So we go in on August 10th. I think the final package is due October 13th, around there. Then it goes into consideration. Like, for example, in this particular scenario that you're seeing, it's $118,000. We would go in for half of that, right? It would go to the county. I shouldn't say this, but I'm sure we would knock out what we asked for, right? And then the timing is they get back to us in the spring, and they make the funds available. So this is more of a next year effort. And so that's kind of how it would. And then we would have 2 years to use the funds. And again, I'm going to emphasize again, because this point really kind of bothers me at times. We're not committing capital. We are just going in for a grant that we could reject at any point. So, that's one idea, though. Do you guys like the Van Nest idea?
Yeah, I like that.
I had a question. So you're talking about the brick pavers that are there right now have family names or individual names on it or anything like that, and it looks like all of those are gone. Are they being saved or being junked or?
We knew that question. Those would be put in this area here. And here, the other good thing, the other nifty thing about this idea is that if the county comes back and says we can only give you $50,000 or $40,000, there are things that we could ratchet back on this list to be able to, make the...
Like the fencing and everything, just put it
like
along
the whole
that.
fence, because I don't know how we feel about a fence going. I think we have to noodle that a little bit more. And
Yeah, so any other comments, thoughts on this? Okay.
See, I like all three projects, but...
So put in for all three. All right, so we like Van Ness?
Okay. So should we go ahead with that? Okay. And again, we'll do a general. This is a very high level. When we go, we need to do this. Some of these are new rules. We need to do a public meeting. We'll do that in September, October, before the grant gets totally committed to. So, and when I say committed to, just that we've put in the final application.
Okay. Next item is...
So could I just ask, do we need a resolution for the intent, or no?
I don't think so. We never have.
No.
We've never used one before.
Okay.
Janice, I know. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need a resolution for the intent.
But they want a resolution from
All right.
They want a resolution when you put in the... I'll check, but I think it's... Right, Jan? I don't think we need... For the application. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, the next item is support Senate Bill S-2254 and Assembly Bill A-3821, affirming the legislative intent of fair share housing. So this is a bill that's on the floor, and they want, hoping that we pass this resolution and add it to the list of municipalities that are in support of that initiative. Okay. On to operations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we on the tax lien? Yep. Okay, so this is just a resolution authorizing the tax collector to turn over a premium paid on a tax title lien to the treasurer. It was done in 2010. The lien was not redeemed, so now it can become part of the funds of the municipality.
Okay. Any questions?
I think this is Heather's, right? Meeting dates?
Basically, we don't have any dates that conflict with holidays or anything, which is very unusual because usually we have at least one.
Yeah.
So they'll all be on Wednesdays, the normal schedule. And then the only other thing was I was proposing September 9th, I believe, as coffee with the council. So that's the usual time, which is the Saturday after Labor Day.
Okay.
So,
great. Thanks, Heather.
Okay, so are we ready for the next one? This is just the normal annual renewal. We're doing it early, which is good, of our GIF membership. And is that okay? And the next one is a resolution to make property a surplus. 2 sweepers.
Where is it?
Did I skip something?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I skipped 4.
Did you?
I don't have.
Wait, are you on number 4?
Authorize Ridgewood Wildscape Association to
So-
fund treatment.
Yeah, I didn't have, do you have the resolution?
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, can we just call Jeannie, I want to say her name right. Yeah, come on up.
Sure.
Jeannie's our resident and ecologist and a genius, actually, a horticultural genius. So come on up, and she's actually going to speak about the initiative with the Ridgewood Wildscape Association and the weeds or invasive species at Kings Pond.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
please identify yourself.
Excuse me?
State your name, identify yourself.
Jean Epiphan, and I'm at 158 Washington Place. And I have lived in Ridgewood all my life. And I am an ecologist for the Wildscape Association. My day job, I am a staff ecologist at Rutgers University. And I work in the Center for Urban Restoration Ecology, and we practice research and advising in scenarios that are really similar to what is happening at Kings Pond. And what is happening at Kings Pond is not unique to Kings Pond. It's actually something that is a problem in all of our wildscapes and all the 10 parks where there are natural areas. The reason why we are choosing to focus on Kings Pond first is because the passive use from Lakeview is, people can't even go there to enjoy even sitting on a bench. You can't even see the pond anymore. I took a couple of photos, and I just quickly, before I came, printed it out. I didn't know if I can hand it to you. Because, I don't know if many people have been there recently.
We were. We were.
This is the only open patch. And I'll explain it. So basically, from the road or from the benches where you can sit or where you can walk where the grass is mown, you can't see the pond except for one section in front of the Chabet's house, because Mr. Chabet, who is retired and he is just full of energy, and he weed whacked down the Japanese knotweed. And he swore it was bamboo because it was so tall. This knotweed is about 12 feet tall and you can't see past it. And it's just a thick barrier of an exotic species that is providing no ecological services. And in fact, it's actually displacing natives that could be there. And besides the knotweed, there are a lot of other noxious invasives that are federally listed. A lot of other states have them on their invasive species lists. We don't have an official list. We just have lists of do not plant lists from the New Jersey Invasive Species Strike Force, but there is no legislation to protect our parks, as there are in some areas in like New York City or New York State, where they're using practical, scientifically proven measures to save their parks, to restore their parks. And this is a problem which is actually all over the United States, and I just wanted to read to you a figure that I found, that in the United States alone, invasive plants affect over 1 million acres of land each year. So that's every year, 1 million acres. And invasive species have contributed to the population declines of 42% of America's threatened and endangered species. And we actually have some threatened and endangered species that are wildlife that frequent our natural areas and plant species that are being displaced. And I don't know if anyone will even know it if we waited much longer, because all of our natives are being pushed out. So they're not providing space for wildlife. And so as part of the Wildscape Association, to get back to the point, is we're hoping to start professional treatment here. And this treatment would hopefully be provided by a group. I'm sorry, I'm very tired. The Black Lagoon Invasive Species Management, who I've met with, and I've met with a couple other groups that do provide these services in aquatic areas. They use different types of herbicides, and I know that's a scary word for a lot of people, but they actually use only what is legal. They don't do things that are illegal within an aquatic area, because they're professionals and they get permits for every single job they do. And I feel that it is extremely important that we contract professionals who do this every day to help us save Kings Pond. And this area that I'm talking about is over 1,000 feet long, and that would really just open up the park. And so what we would really need are 4 treatments in total, because there's such horrible invasives that are there that are extremely aggressive. And Wildscape is willing to pay for the first treatment, which is $2,000, and then every successive treatment would probably be $2,000 or perhaps less. But what we really need to do is a treatment this fall, because you have to treat it in the fall, and you have to treat it in the spring again, and then again next fall, and then the spring afterwards. And then that will ensure us that these species will be, for the most part, in control or completely eradicated, to the point where we will not need to use any other herbicides afterwards, and we can actually replant with native species. And without covering the pond, as it is right now, you can't even see the pond.
So great, thank you. And I just wanted to ask you one quick question, because I know you're really tired, and I really appreciate that you stayed so late, because you told Mike and I the other day that you were really going to be tired. Just real quick, you identified one plant that was rare, or I just wanted to ask you again what that plant was.
Well, actually, it's in Gypsy Pond, which is downstream. So anything that happens in Kings Pond flows down to Gypsy, and so does the passage of invasive species. Okay. And that also comes out from the compost facility. Sorry, I went on a tangent there, but I had to mention that. There is red spruce, which is a state endangered species. It's a tree, and it's further down by the bank of Gypsy Pond. And we have some other threatened species, not that I found at Kings Pond in that area, but in other parts of our town we do.
So great. So we had our resolution, we don't have it in our pack, but the resolution is to accept the $2,000 and to allow Wildscape to initiate that process to move forward with the treatment. And then we're going to work with the next 3 treatments to facilitate those. I think that you could speak to maybe, Roberta.
Yeah, so Chris, I think Chris is putting together the resolution. Chris is also doing some research to see what should go into the resolution. I don't know if he wants to add anything. He was doing some research with the DEP. Do you want to add? One of the things we're thinking about that I talked to Mike and Susan about, that Mike was going to talk to Ramon about because he's now the Parks and Rec guy, is perhaps using, we have some money in Open Space Trust. You know, we have a nice amount of money. So one of the possibilities here is for the future treatments, we could pay for it out of Open Space Trust, but again, it has to go to the Parks and Rec Committee. And
Actually, just one question, Jeannie. I know there were some concerns, because one thing is to treat the problem, one thing is to attack the source of the problem.
Yeah.
And there were some concerns that the yard waste compost facility there could be the source of the problem. You can almost follow the trail from the facility down to the edge of the water.
So, as we all do, if we actually pull all of our own weeds instead of just having our landscaper take them away, we put them in barrels and the town picks them up and that's where they go. So all of our unwanteds are actually being placed next to two of our precious parks. And the seeds are being dispersed throughout the parks, and there's actually just sensitive ecosystems that are very unique even for this whole county in that park. And from my opinion, I believe it's almost dangerous. That I think there's something that we should really be thinking about is perhaps building some sort of really tall, large fence or something to just make sure that whatever we're putting in the compost facility stays in the compost facility. And I think this is something that we might have to talk about a lot further, of actually what goes in to make compost, because once all of these weeds go in there, these seeds are more viable than any of our native seeds in this environment. They are so aggressive that when they're in compost, you bring them back out and you put them in a nice yard where they want to redo your landscape, and it comes up as all invasive weeds. So it just turns into a problem that's just spreading all over and cycling. Aside from that, I feel that we can, if we take these actions and they work, we maybe can use this in other parks or further down in Gypsy Pond and try to manage it better from now on. But we have to nip it in the bud now because it's just going to spread. So the compost facility it's a different issue, but it's so closely related. Not to say that if that wasn't there wouldn't be knotweed, because Maple Park is full of Japanese knotweed too. So it's also just a riparian corridor that's highly disturbed. Storms can bring it down from even out of our town into our parks, but the compost facility doesn't really help.
Okay, great.
so Chris, do you want to add what you've...
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Roberta's correct. I contacted the DEP's Pesticide Bureau through the Northern Bureau of Enforcement. The reason I went to Northern Bureau of Enforcement, they're the ones that always slap our hands if we've been naughty with the river bodies. Pesticide individual I spoke with was very informative, directed me to a website that lists what the DEP considers the approved pesticides for particular species. I just sent her... What was your name again?
Jean.
Oh, Jean, I'm sorry, it's late too. I communicated with her an email on getting the exact name of the species, because Japanese knotweed wasn't listed, but about 6 or 7 different knotweed species were listed. They're also listed in dormant, active, and different stages of their growth. Roberta's correct. I'll be preparing a resolution for the council next meeting, because following a typical format when Ridgewood Wildscape does a beneficial improvement project for the village, they have done a number of cleanups in this area also in the past. And with the DEP, I just want to make sure that any action the village endorses is completely acceptable to them.
Yeah, they're a little cranky. Oh, did I say that?
Okay.
Cranky?
So any other questions? So thank you, Chris. And Jean, thank you again so much for coming back, for staying so late. We really appreciate it. And actually, we appreciate the time you spent with us over the weekend.
I was very happy to.
Fascinating to really learn the differences. So it's incredible. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks, Crystal. Thanks. So I think I did the last one already, right? Because I missed the wildscape.
Okay.
So we're set on the street sweepers? Is that what you're talking about?
I think we're
Okay.
set on the
Yeah, it was out of order.
Okay.
Okay. August 10th agenda review?
Yes, we have 3 proclamations. Drive Tilburg get pulled over, 2016 statewide crackdown, declaring September Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and declaring September National Preparedness Month. We have no ordinances for introduction or public hearing for Ridgewood Water. We have some resolutions for Ridgewood Water, authorizing compensation for participants in lead and copper sampling and testing, amend agreement for online credit card and bank account debit payment of water bills to eliminate the convenience fee and instead have it be paid by Ridgewood Water, authorizing a change order for cold water meters and supplies, awarding a contract under state contract for chlorine analyzers and supplies, awarding professional services contract for hydrogeologic consulting for capital improvement program, and awarding a contract for servicing and repair of electric source. Ordinances for introduction includes vehicles and traffic for violations and penalties for increasing the parking ticket fines, amending Chapter 265 vehicles and traffic, waiver of overnight parking restrictions, amending valet parking ordinance, amending Chapter 249 for streets and sidewalks, for increasing the fines for paving moratorium violations, amending Chapter 145 fees for the increase in the annual service charge for out-of-village dischargers for sewers and sewage disposal fees, and an ordinance banning puppy mills. Public hearing ordinances, amending Chapter 190 for land use and development, regulations for political signs and temporary signs, and also repealing Ordinance 3066. Resolutions include awarding contract under state contract for the Ford pickup for the Parks Department, awarding a contract for recycling of vegetative waste. Actually, there are 2 of them. It's the street sweepers, 1 for affirming the intent for legislative intent of the Fair Housing Act. Do you want any of those resolutions off of the consent agenda?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Very good. Great. Thank you.
Percent over 20 years. Concerns, we still have them. The good news is it's August. The bad news is we're coming up against September right now. As you know, the last couple of days, and hopefully ending this Friday, we have one of those other large detours that's causing traffic backup. There's some concerns about traffic by Hohokus train station. So hopefully that will end, and then we will start work. They will start work on East Glen between Maple and Fairfield for about 2 weeks. Once we do that, we'll go back to the west side, and we're watching the school schedule. And we'll be talking to Dan Fishbein. If it's possible we could be done by then, but as I understand it from Jackie, there's some individual work that may have to be going on with individual homes. So more to say next week. We will just continue to be on top of it. I just ask people's patience, and to the extent that you can take other routes. I know I don't go through the west side that way anymore. I come through Broad when I can. So we're also working with the E of PSE&G, who wants to do some work on Broad. I mentioned this once before, and we are holding them off until we finish these detours with the gas lines. Okay. Ridgewood Water update. I mentioned earlier. I think we had 2 forums. The first one was July 27th, 9 o'clock. We had 20 attendees. The second one was, oh my God, it was last night. We had it last night. We had 44 attendees. We think it went well. It was open. We had a lot of good feedback, a lot of good questions. So we're happy about that. As far as Stage 2 update goes, we completed our 4th week rotation of enforcement last week. We have 167 violations, and it looks to us that the combined effort of enforcement, and we did a lot of increased notification, is really helping. The added rain that we had was good too. So we're seeing differences in the range of 5 to 7 million gallons per day between watering and non-watering days. We are hoping that we don't have to go to Stage 3. So if we can keep on top of it, if residents and customers keep on paying attention to the watering, we should be, right now we're in good shape. We are getting ready for leaf season. We had our first internal meeting yesterday. yesterday, a little brainstorming with the team. We have some new ideas on trying to make that communication clearer. I think this is, if you recall last year, for those of you who are on the council, we did have forums with residents that were interested and really passionate about leaves and how we pick them up. So they gave us some ideas. We have some ideas about the 7-day rule. So we will be meeting with our established focus groups of residents coming up soon, and more to come on that. Just a little description. We have some recreation camps in August out of Parks and Rec. Summer day camp ends this Friday. Another successful season with over 500 campers. Multi-sports camps and sports squirts, which are provided by U.S. Institute. The vendor will start on the 8th. Pony grooming and Ridgewood program provided by Equishare is going on. Pony, when? I don't have a date. August, okay. It's on the website. Skateboarding begins August 22nd. Golf lessons provided by Skyhawks and animation camp provided by Incrediflix. I want to talk a little bit about an incident at Habernickel that I gave the council a heads up on, I believe on Saturday morning. There was an unfortunate incident with a child getting bitten by a dog at Habernickel. It was a Health Barn camper that got bit by the dog. Didn't require stitches, but unfortunately it's close to the eye, you know. Health Barn took the right action and spoke to the parent. The health department got involved. Tyco was contacted. The Health Barn policy up to that point was a dog-friendly policy based on the dog-friendly neighborhood. And there was a protocol on how to approach dogs. The counselor is supposed to ask, is the dog friendly? And that was followed. As a result, however, last Friday, that policy changed at Health Barn, so dogs will no longer be, children from the camp will no longer be allowed to go to the dogs. That doesn't mean other people in the park can't. It just means the campers can. As a result of that as well, the last week as well, the dog watering station was removed. That was also a dog-friendly attempt, and so we took that out. I think the important thing here also is that, as I mentioned in my manager's report a couple of weeks ago, we still have this open issue about dogs in parks. And we have a couple of parks that allow dogs. As far as, just FYI, in Ridgewood we have about 45 to 50 dog bites every year that are reported. We have had none in recent memory in our parks. Okay, so I just want to let you know that. So we still have a need to address that. I think last time we had a resident come to the microphone, so this is response to residents, to talk about her dissatisfaction with the registration of dog licenses. So let me just say a couple of things. Dog licenses are required by the state of New Jersey, the Department of Health, Office of Animal Welfare. The owners of dogs 7 months of age or older are required to be licensed. There's vaccination requirements. Dog renewals were due by June 30th. There was a little confusion last time because I didn't realize this myself. We go out with communications two ways. We go out by email, and we do go out by snail mail. So for those residents that don't want email, we do snail mail. So we have 2,079 active dog licenses, just FYI. We mail email reminders out in May and June, snail mail reminders to 38 residents. We also have a reminder in the Ridgewood News, the village calendar, the village website, and every time you get a receipt from when you register your dog, we say this is when it's due for the next. The person that came here a couple of weeks ago, Dawn, has spoken with her and has taken her off of the email list and put her on the snail mail list. And so she seems satisfied with the conversation, but I just wanted to come back around on that issue. Meet the Manager, again, we're doing a weekday because it's August. Meet the Manager Monday, August 15th, 5:30 to 7:30, in the Village Manager's office, not here, up on the 5th floor. Events tomorrow, last night of the season at Cashel with Mac Brandon and The Connection. Movie on the Beach at Graydon Pool this Friday night, August 5th. Disney's Big Hero 6 will play at sundown. Rain date is August 6th. Ridgewood Guild presents art and live music at Art in the Park on Fridays. This event runs from 6:30 to 9. Artwork is for sale. Popular Farmers Market at the train station, open every Sunday 9 to 3. And Ridgewood Guild Movies in the Park Wednesday, August 10th. Memorial Park at Van Ness, Despicable Me being shown. And that's the manager's report.
Very good, thank you. Thank you,
You're
Roberta. Okay, on to council reports. Jeff?
Yeah, I'm going to go over the Planning Board, Financial Advisory Committee, and Library Board of Trustees. So Planning Board met last night. It was quite a lively meeting, to say the least. Just for the public, upcoming hearings on the site plans for multifamily housing. The first one is September 6th, 2016. It's the Dayton. They're going to have 3 witnesses appearing at that date. They're an architect, an engineer, and traffic. They have no variances. September 20th, 2016, Chestnut Village, which is behind the Y. They do have 1 variance. October 4th, 2016, the Ken Smith lot, they will be presenting. And the last one tentatively scheduled is December 6th, 2016, the Enclave, which is the old Seal Funds building, the corner of Maple and Ridgewood Avenue. We are required by law to complete the assessments on, for each of these on the following dates, and we may kind of spill over, but these are the dates that we're required to finish the assessments. On the Dayton, it's October 4th, even though we're starting on the 6th. On Chestnut Village, it's October 27th. Ken Smith, it's October 25th, and the Enclave is to be determined. We also have a request for quote that's been placed for the Planning Board Attorney. Financial Advisory Committee. We're in the process of examining several opportunities for the village to increase its revenues. One of them we're looking at is the wastewater treatment plant, which is at 50% capacity. We're potentially looking at increasing that capacity with additional business. We're looking at a complete examination of the parking utility rates in the village, and we're also looking at writing several grants, and we're working on Village Hall with this. The goal is to present on each of these initiatives to the Village Council in October. Library Board of Trustees, as you likely know, the discussion is really, the discussion we had last week was really on how the library is really changing more into a community center versus a library. We did have a short discussion on some of the expansion plans, which include a performing arts center, which is the expansion of the auditorium itself. They seem to be an extremely fiscally responsible organization, so they do a nice job over there. So that's it. Thanks.
Great. Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that Mayor Knutson and myself met with Jean. She's a ecologist from Rutgers and Ridgewood resident, and she's also involved with Wildscape over at Kings Pond Park, and we discussed what we need to do to move forward to at least get rid of some of the invasive species there to open up the park a little bit more. So I was happy to see that this is finally going forward, because for just about 2 years it's come up during capital budget discussions, and it doesn't make the cut. So there's with dredging or looking at the dam and things like that, there was a really big expense for us, it seemed, to get started there. But with this new approach, it seems like it's far less expensive, but you could get a really big bang for your buck, because you're going to completely open up the pond. And from there, we could work on ways to beautify the area and make it more inviting. But this is a first step. I think it's a big step. So I just wanted to thank Jean and Wildscape for taking the initiative and getting us started down this path. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilwoman.
I don't have anything.
Okay. Councilman Hushay.
Nothing to report from Chamber of Commerce, Open Space, or Parks and Rec. But from the Board of Ed, as you were there, we attended the meeting, the only thing that to report is the school resource officer. We haven't had one in 6 years. So we're moving forward with getting, trying to work out the details of getting somebody on there, hopefully by March. Village manager? March, we said? Yeah.
I mean, that's the, I know that Dan was looking, I couldn't make that meeting with Dan and Sheila. I know they were looking for an earlier date, but given the staffing requirements that we have right now, and the fact we have 6 people, going to the academy, March would be, I think, our best date at this point. And again, I just hope the bail reform doesn't, hurt us in that regard.
Other than that, the Central Business District Advisory Committee applications the deadline is this Friday. Already a lot of enthusiasm from the community, from the business side, from residents. So I think we're going to get a good number of applications to review.
Great. Thank you. So I only have 4th of July is meeting Monday evening at 7:30 p.m. at the firehouse. Anybody who's interested in coming along to help out and to start planning next year's 4th of July activities, please join us. The Historic Preservation Commission meets August 11th at 8 p.m. downstairs in the garden room. And just to Councilman Boyd's points about the multifamily high-density housing, I think the last meeting we noted that they were starting on August 16th, but that was in fact changed to September 6th, so that's an important date to mark your calendars and remember. And that's it for me, so with that, we'll go right back to public comments. Right? Okay, public comments. Sorry, I'm actually losing my voice, so maybe I'm struggling here tonight.
Hello, Marcia Ringwald, 250 Ferris Place. This question about the boards, committees, councils, and so on, which seem to be proliferating. I think there isn't really a general understanding, even by people who have lived here a long time, precisely how they are formed. In other words, is the chairperson of each such group, the boards and committees and so on, responsible for reporting openings? That would be the person who would be likely to know first that somebody was leaving. I'm talking about people who, whose terms are not expired. That would be obvious to everyone, but except it really should be on the website so that it really was obvious to everyone. But the question is, if somebody is moving or ill or whatever and they're leaving, how is that reported? How can people find out there's an opening? The situation this year was, at the Preserve Graydon Coalition, we always like to inform our list of openings. And this year we had a situation where the Parks and Rec Board was not listed on the website as an opening, even though I knew that there was an opening because somebody was leaving. And in fact, I know that this happened before the election because it was mentioned on the Ridgewood blog that this person had a sign saying for sale, or a realtor sign, as well as signs for the council members who are in fact not seated up there tonight. So I know that was before the election, and yet that was never announced. The next thing I knew, the newest member of the Parks Rec and Conservation Board was former Councilwoman Gwen Houck, and the chair of that committee, that board, is not David Brooks, that's the time, sorry, Richard Brooks. Can something be done about making these openings better known? I know that this happened with that timing because we had to decide whether to bother sending out an announcement when Parks and Rec was not listed, but in fact probably should have been. How did former Councilwoman Houck get this position? How did this happen? Is it all done inside? Everybody on a committee is likely to know when somebody's moving. Ms. Houck was the liaison from the council at that time. So in fact, a person that really got voted out very sincerely by the populace, and whom we thought we'd seen the last of as of July 1st, within a couple of hours was now named as a voting member of the Parks and Rec Board. I just wonder whether it could be clearer to people on the website and elsewhere precisely how this works. And perhaps if somebody's interested in joining a certain group, that they could just apply any time. And that way, if there were these surprise resignations, there would be something on file, and that person could be informed, guess what, you're right, there's an opening now, rather than what seems to be a very small window of opportunity, maybe a couple of weeks between the announcement and the deadline for applying, when in fact, to be on one of these groups, as you well know, and we'll learn even more, is a tremendous responsibility. They have to find out, well, gee, what night does that group meet? That sounds good, I'd like to be on it, but uh-oh, I can never do anything on Thursday, and then they have to talk to their family, you know, are you going to be okay without me? It's kind of a short period to make an important decision like that. And then, of course, to get your application in and write a little essay and so on. I just wonder whether it could be done in a more kind of open-ended way and not just always within those tiny time frames.
So it's really it's something we certainly can look at, and I think there was an overlap there because, and we had this, you and I had this conversation, that the item was published and then a few days later it was changed, so what you picked up was different 3 days later or whatever that turnaround time was. But it certainly is something that our council liaisons can come back if they're aware that there's going to be openings and report that maybe as part of our regular council reports, and then just make it aware on our village website. So it's a great point, and I appreciate you bringing it up again.
And should it not be that whenever there's an opening, that opening has to be announced?
Right.
Even if briefly, and that just because there's somebody else who already knows they'd like to be on it, they can't say, oh, great, you come on it, and we won't bother announcing it. I think it needs to be a little more sort of codified and clear to the chair, let's say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just point out there were actually 3 appointments to PRC board that were made, so it wasn't just the one.
Yeah, and I think that the announcement, though, to Ms. Ringel's point, was that it went up on whatever day, and then they copied and pasted, and then we changed it a few days later,
Correct.
but they wouldn't have known it. So, I mean,
the reason it changed was because their terms are up in December normally.
Right.
And we had 3 openings, 2 people resigned and then one moved away.
Right, and
so it was unusual to be appointing them in June.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that
it
was
was-
why.
Okay, great. Thanks, Heather.
Jacqueline Holm, 30 Carriage Lane. First, I'd like to thank you, Susan, for your apology of Roberta's letter. It was very heartfelt, and it meant quite a bit to me. Thank you. I want to touch on the number 5 award contract, which is under C, budget, number 5, removed from agenda. Roberta said it was because more comprehensive studies or something to that effect. What was originally on there, it was award contract to Shedler Sound Study. I brought this up because I said, what is going on? I sent an email earlier this morning. Why was the public told that Shedler Park was going to be on hold until 2017, and then it is now put back on the agenda? To me, it seems like a complete waste of taxpayers' money. Why would the village move forward with a sound study when there is no plan? My complaint remains unanswered, and the historic, wildlife, environmental factors were not investigated. I questioned as to why this was slipped in at the last moment and then immediately removed. It's August. Most residents are on vacation, and we have no idea that these things are being thrown in or passed through. Which brings me to my point of the Bergen County Open Space Grant under policy. The village manager and her team are again throwing out a bunch of ideas of what that money can be used for. That there's a grant total of $212,000, and they give you several options, but they leave out one option, which is to pass on it, to simply not do anything. The money is there, but it's for the entire county, you're not rushed or pushed to make a decision and grab a piece of the pie. By all means, we've learned, hopefully, that when we do things in this rushed backwards process, which we are now questioning process across the board, the public is completely excluded from the process, which is a decision. If what I heard was that the village manager and her team are again putting this decision in front of you to make, which is to allow them to apply for this grant next week, rushed. You have no plan. You don't even know what to spend the money on. You're going to fill out an application, endorse a resolution, sign the application, sign the resolution that says you have reviewed a plan, you have held a public hearing, the public was involved, and you're going to mark every single box on that and sign off on a resolution knowing darn well that none of it has been done. I don't even know how that can be suggested in a public forum, especially after several residents came up here to complain of that same exact thing. Again, another complete disregard of what citizens and residents have been complaining about all along. I don't blame this council 100% for that, because Mayor Aronson said something at the county meeting where he was questioned why due diligence was not done with this application, with the county grant application, and his response was, I depend on a group of professionals that give me information, and I trust that what they're doing is right. I think that is what's happening here, that you trusted the employees, the staff. They're giving information to you, but what they're not telling you is there's another option, which is to pass on it, to not partake in it. You don't lose points. As you see, every year the grant comes back to the table and you're given another opportunity. Why does it have to be that every single year these applications come up and you have 7 days to approve it? There are plenty of parks out there that need repairs. There are plenty of projects in all of Bergen County. Ridgewood does not have to, by all means, take it and then give it back 2 years later when they decide they have no use for it. Well, what about the other people that really had a use for it? It's unfair, it's unethical, and it's bad government. In regards to Councilman Voigt's, if I may, his investigation, he wanted to hear from the public.
Jackie, do you have much more? Because
no, I'll just email it to you. I think there is an option to that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say something. There's obviously always the option of saying no to this grant. I don't particularly think it's the right option because I think we have an opportunity. But as I said before, and it's this is not unfair and this is not unethical. This is just an idea that we brought to you. It is true, and Jeff knows this from the FAC, we apply for grants all the time. It's part of our jobs. Chris applies for grants for New Jersey DOT to do paving. That is part of what we've always done. So I really, really have an issue with calling this unethical and unfair government. That's not the case. And we brought it to you this time because we had the time to do that. But if you decide that you don't want to get, and I think this is I think all three projects are great. I think they would help Ridgewood residents. I think we could use them as much as other municipalities can. And we go in there and we fight for the dollars all the time. So, I mean, again, it's up to you. If you come back to me and say, don't put in a grant request that we have no commitment under, because this is just the intent next week. It is not the full-blown grant, and we will be presenting the full-blown grant. So it's
just as a suggestion, and I would like to just see the blank application, because just so we see, I can get an understanding of exactly what's being filled out, and to make sure that from our end, from the council's end, we've complied with everything we need to comply with.
Okay. Jim Griffin, 159 South Irving. About a year ago, you complimented me on 40 years of volunteer service for the village of Ridgewood. I went through those 40 years, and we had none of these accusations that I remember. So what happened? Did all of a sudden you people start doing bad things or something? These people are yelling at you. I want you to know, I think you're doing a great job. All right, don't get discouraged. And you, it's always been a pleasure, and it continues to be a pleasure to work with you. Now, on the council, the reason I'm here is to thank you for putting parking so prominent up on your agenda. I do have to take exception to the mayor. I take exception to the words when you said that the Hudson Street plot is too narrow. You can't say that. You can say that it is my opinion that the Hudson Street thing is too narrow, but the statement that it's too narrow must be reserved for the architect or the engineer. Okay? You are an elected official, okay?
Did you press the button?
They're here for you. They're here for you, Jim. Sorry. It's all good. It's all good. Sorry.
4 times.
Oh,
4 times.
okay.
It's just a drill.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's why they said 4.
That's why they said 4.
It works, it works.
It's me again. You're doing it
They're
because of
here
me.
for you. I don't know what to say.
See, every time you're up there,
You said the Board of
So I
Adjustment
just
all
think
the
they
time,
should be
too.
reserved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I also want to comment that I'm thrilled that you're picking up on getting it done quickly. I think it would be sinful if you threw 3 years' work done by the previous council away and just discarded it. It would be sinful, and you'd pay for it when it came to the budget process next year. And you had to pay much more money. So I'm thrilled that you're going to work at it real quickly, and I'm happy that way. Okay. Now, Jeff, you brought up this thing about inspections and stuff, the possibility of having a
Investigation committee.
investigation.
Yes.
I just want to caution you, and I want to give you the benefit of my memory of American history. And this process was tried by a man named McCarthy, and it left a hell of a stain on our history. So I just urge you to, in this area, to be very cautious and go slowly. That's the only thing. Now, since I'm talking to you, again, you asked for some help on getting some of those things resolved. I do have some experience with the Habernickel Farm. There's 2 people passed comments today that they had problems on there. I will volunteer, if you point me in the right direction, to try to get those resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Jim, I just wanted to, Jim? Okay, so I just, let me correct my one point here, if you don't mind. I'll get them later, it's fine. I'll get them later. It's okay.
Hi, my name is Gail Job. I'm at 123 West Ridgewood Avenue. I didn't hop up quick enough like my 2 neighbors did. So I would like to address the overnight parking also, but it's really not, I understand that there's issues with the apartment house. There aren't enough parking spaces. Once a week, I have someone knock on my door and ask if they can pay to park in my driveway. So I understand there's an issue. I think that issue needs to be taken to the apartment complex. They're renting apartments. They need to accommodate the person to park. I think it's simple. My real reason for being here is I have almost been hit twice crossing Heights Road and West Ridgewood Ave. I can see, I watch out, I wait to cross every time I cross that street.
And what I'm asking for is so unpopular because we're screaming for parking spaces in town. But both times when I screamed out and the person stopped because they were horrified that they did almost hit me and my dog, they said, "I didn't see you." And they didn't see me because there's 2 parking spaces with meters as you're coming up West Ridgewood Ave, the last 2 spots right before you make the right turn onto Heights. And if there's an SUV or a truck, and a lot of times there's trucks, people can't see, and I do feel badly for them. They are going to kill somebody. Someone is going to get killed on that block. 3 days ago, I had to yell out for a car to stop because there's a woman that walks with her seeing eye dog. And this person did not see her, she did not see them. And I really believe if I wasn't there to yell out to that car, the dog would have been hit because it came close. So I'm asking you, when you are speaking about this situation on Heights and West Ridgewood, not just about the overnight parking, which has become a problem, but also the safety issue of that crosswalk, how we can make that crosswalk safer, and making it safer for me, but also making it safer for this woman that does walk with her seeing eye dog, whether there's a sign put up to slow down for a person crossing, with a seeing eye dog, or something. And I also ask if you would look at those 2 parking spaces, because maybe if even just one of them was taken away, the clearance would be better to make that corner. The other issue is during the fall, which is coming up, the apartment house, the landscapers dump all the leaves right on that corner. Mm-hmm. So not only now are you having people trying to make that right-hand turn, they're making it wide, and they're coming up against a car that's coming down Heights. So I'm concerned about the safety. Kids cross on that corner. The woman with her seeing eye dog crosses on that corner. I cross on that corner. If you could consider all of that when you're talking about the overnight parking situation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. Kevin Matesic, 836 Morningside Road, proud Ridgewood resident for over half a century. It's not HUAC. It's Watergate. That's what Jeff is asking you to do. That's the path he's asking you to follow. It's not a stage of asking at long length, is there some sense of decency? Because that's the question that we repeatedly asked Mayor Aronson, and we got no answer to. What he's asking you to do is take a full and fair look at what happened. And why do we have to do it? I want to echo something that David Sloman said before, and that is that we were brought to a brink of almost disaster. And it's important for us to undo that and to step back from the brink and to think about, and I know there's uncomfort with, investigating people and looking back at things and trying to point fingers of blame. But that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is the fact that so many of us have invested in this village, and all we have in our village, or all we have in our portfolios, is our housing. And think about the effect of the massive development is going to have on our housing prices. And if it does have that effect, and if we do go down in value, it might be nice that we decided not to cast a finger or to look backwards and say, did somebody do something wrong? But in being nice, we would have destroyed what so many of us tried to build up. The other issue that we look at is the age 55 and older residents in housing, and the fact that so many of us who are now empty nesters want to stay here. We want to continue to live in the village. And one of the things that's keeping us from living here is the high taxes. And if this housing goes through, and if it's not undone, the strain on our services, the increased taxes, is going to have the effect of moving us out of the village, folks like myself, who pay a lot of money now and don't really get any services out of the town. So those are the forces and the thoughts that you have to countervail against the concern of, well, we don't want to insult people, or we don't want to tear apart the village any further. Face it, the village was torn apart by somebody who pandered to land speculators, who pandered to restaurateurs, who favored a small subgroup of residents and property owners over the rest of the village. So I wholeheartedly support you going forward with this investigation. The other reason I do, and as I think you all know, I'm involved in the lawsuit against the village, and I think it's unfair that your fellow citizens have to bring that lawsuit to highlight the conflicts that were so inherent throughout the entire process of that multifamily housing. And on a related subject, and I don't know if that's where the investigation is going to go, but we see those same conflicts inherent, and blatant conflicts in the Valley Hospital proceedings, and that's a whole other area that's got to be looked at. So is it a witch hunt at the end of the day? No. What it is the need for this council now to make a break with that past, to bring us back from the brink that we were put on, to stop pretending, and I'm not accusing you of pretending, but for all of us to stop pretending that we didn't have a hood pulled over us by Mayor Aronson and his cronies, and what was done was wrong, dead wrong. We need to undo it. And right now, if you don't go forward with this sort of action, and let's see where it leads you. Let's see what happens with it. But if you don't go forward, you're going to continue to rely on the backs of a few citizens who have to fund the private litigation. Right? You're going to have to rely on them to fulfill the wishes of the voters who put this new council in place, who want these things corrected. And my last point is, in tandem with the investigation, you can take another step. And you can start that step tonight. As Dave Sloman suggested earlier this evening, look at your counsel, tell him, settle the damn RCDC lawsuit now, tomorrow, this week. Yes, there's interveners that are brought in. That's the developers. They can have their day in court too. We can ask for a mediator. We can have a proceeding jointly. But you, the village council, can stop the fight with your fellow citizens that didn't begin because of you. It began because of your predecessors. But you can take the step now to correct the wrong that was done and undo it. And you have to do that now, because if you don't, it's only going to get worse. We got September looming. We got dates looming. The arguments are going to grow more and more in favor of the developers doing precisely what we don't want done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Sloman, 36 Heights Road. I agree with Kevin, obviously. I had a few questions. Jeff asked for comments. First, my feeling is that any discussions you have on this and the decision-making that goes into it should be in front of the public. That's why we elected you, because of your promise to do that. So please involve us and inform us. Second question, which I guess is ultimately one for Matt, is can potentially any attorneys that are involved in this, can they volunteer their time and do the work pro bono? Or are you required to do it with an RFQ?
There are legal ramifications with that as well. Certainly, the council can decide who they want to conduct the investigation if they decide to go that way. And if there is somebody who wants to volunteer that, that's something they can consider and decide.
So it is a possibility?
It's a possibility.
Okay. And I also agree with Kevin, it should not be a witch hunt. I don't think that's what Jeff intended, what anybody would want. It's not McCarthy. It's not a crazy witch hunt. So I would ask that as you discuss this in public, that you clarify your concerns and areas of investigation so that it's a meaningful review and not a witch hunt. We had too much of that kind of stuff for the past 4 years. We believe that there's strong evidence of conflicts here. It's been outlined, it's been discussed for years, and issues that have tainted the process. And I think it needs to be looked into. So wherever we end up is a positive place. And I feel that our village government owes it to us as we work with you, and we've been doing that for years to try and help get this village right. Now, one of the things that came up is it is uncomfortable. And I think you will have to make the decision, from my perspective, on your own reasoning as to whether you want to go ahead with this. But to table this because it's too uncomfortable is the same problem as the planning board members who voted for these ordinances because they wanted to avoid the discomfort and potential expense of litigation. That's not a reason to do master planning. And I don't believe being uncomfortable is a reason to not look into things that may need to be looked into. I appreciate that folks may not want to go down uncomfortable roads, but please remember that the residents have been doing just that for the last 4 years. What we've been doing is no fun. It's been expensive, it's been threatening, it's been very, very uncomfortable. And we'd rather just enjoy I'd rather be hopping the fence at Graydon Pool right now than being here. I think the police officers are here, so I probably shouldn't say that. But I don't do that. I've never done that. I guess if you're going to take the right stand against, for or not against, but for what is right for Ridgewood, and on one side there are some very, very smart, very assertive, very aggressive business people trying to build these developments. And they've done everything the right way, textbook for development. So taking that on and getting it right is not going to be pretty all the time. But we elected you for your strength as individuals, so please be strong for us in this. The right way is not going to be the easiest way. It hasn't been for the residents for the past 4 years. And I guess the last point I have to make is, can you please, since we've had the new website, all the planning board and village council minutes and agendas and meetings that were up there are gone. It's terrible. It's not fair. We can't, they were there before. They need to get back up there. And I would just ask that you please, ASAP, all those records need to be there for your residents.
Are you just saying you're talking the planning board right now, right?
I guess the planning board,
the village council minutes and stuff are up there.
Going back how far?
I think Dylan got a lot of
Then can you make it easy to find? Because I can't find it. God knows I spend a lot of time on that site.
It used to be much easier.
I'd be happy to talk to you about it offline. It's so hard to find, or I could sit down and show you how I try and find it. You just can't. It is hard, yeah. And here's one more point. You guys have talked about a bunch of monetary issues tonight, including $95,000 quote for a redesign of the garage, which, by the way, I've worked with architects on properties for years. That's way too much money. It should not cost that much. Several $1,000s here to clean up a pond, all very valid things. But what you need to do is put aside money for the master plan review. God, you haven't brought it up yet. It's the single most important thing that you can give to this village is a proper master plan. Right. We need the garage redesigned. Before you do that, know you have the right master plan in place for it. And that could be, I don't think it's going to be much more than $80,000 or $100,000. It may be less depending on the scope. It may be a little more, but it's the best money you'll ever spend. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Saurabh Tani, 390 Bedford Road, Ridgewood. Sorry we are keeping you here. I have some very quick points. The first one is I wanted to just add support for what Jackie Hone mentioned about a grant coming up, and you guys are being asked to make a decision today that, okay, you have to make a decision now or we lose that grant. We have seen that happen a lot of the times in past meetings, and that just shows bad planning. If you know that grants come every year, maybe there's a list of projects that are discussed in advance that we want to do as a village, and then we are waiting for some funding. Like during the initial debate, Councilman Walsh mentioned that, okay, yes, I want to do that, provided there's a funding. I don't remember exactly for what, but she mentioned for something. So there can be a list of projects that need to be done, that village wants to do, residents are agreed to that, you guys have already discussed, and they are in queue, they are in line, and provided there's a funding. So residents can go out and collect some funding, or there can be a funding in next year's budget, or there can be if a grant comes up, we apply for a grant. And it just sounds fishy that, okay, a grant came in from Bergen County and the response time is a week. when Bergen County is creating a grant, they must be giving enough time to respond to. So on both parts, if they come up every year, there can be a list of projects. And the main reason we are bringing that up is we have seen that repeatedly, that, okay, the council is being told from this dais that if you don't make a decision today, then something big will happen. Their decision has to be done today. We have seen that repeatedly. So it just does not sound right. The second point I wanted to make was Councilman White asked that if residents have any inputs on how to resolve this. I don't know the exact wording that you use, that okay, these things are going on and the trust or conflicts. So in our software industry, what we do is, and you've probably seen that on a lot of apps or applications or software that you use, if there are repeat questions, the best way is to put those answers online or create an online forum or an online Q&A type platform where a resident or a user of a utility can go and ask a question, somebody responds to that, and that becomes a searchable database that anybody can just go, and if they have the same question, they get the answer. So that will save a lot of time for the village employees to answer repeat questions, that why was I given a leaf fine? What is going on this year for a specific thing? So if there is a Q&A that there are a lot of ticketing systems. They are very, very cheap, $19 a month, $20 a month, or Dylan can find out. There may be more for municipalities, but a resident can come in and ask a question, and a village employee responds to that. And if other residents have same question or similar question, they've already seen their answer. They won't be asking that question again. And that will go a long way. On the July 1st meeting, Mayor Arinshan mentioned that there were a lot of, the residents are concerned about a lot of small things, not just those big 5 things that were happening, and that is true. So if these small things are answered, how many valet parking spots somebody has, what's going on with the permits, why are electrical permits not being approved? So if somebody answers at once, okay, we are looking for an electrical inspector, and after 15 days these will be resolved, other residents won't ask the same question. So any transparent way online that can be answered instead of just emails or phone calls or come and meet with me once a month, if more communication is done and those records are searchable by other residents, it will be easy. My third thing is I wanted to add, like Kevin and Dave, my support to Councilman White's 2 policy ordinances or policy requests. The first one will be great if we can change something in the 4 ordinances that were passed and go back to the developers and force them to add more parking spaces, because as Chief Jackie mentioned, that the apartments when they were built, they had less parking spots planned, and now there are more cars, and I think she mentioned 2 cars per resident, and in the proposed plans, we don't have 2 cars per resident. So if we can do anything to make sure that they add enough parking spots, that is really going to help a lot. And the investigation part, since I have been attending these meetings, I have heard a lot of the time that there is still a confusion or question that what happened with Councilman Seden's employment and who sent that letter, and council was asked to do investigation, and the investigation was not followed through. So we will always have those type of questions if no investigation is done. We will always have the confusion that why there was a push, why this happened. So if it can be cleared up, that whether there were conflict of interest or not, I think we'll all be happy. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now that I know that you can get up twice.
Oh, actually,
I would like to encourage...
Please identify yourself again.
Oh, Gail Job, 123 West Ridgewood Ave. I would like to encourage the grant, actually. I'm in the foundation world. I have been for 40 years. Our struggle is always to get a grant. And right now, I mean, in my personal life, we're struggling with grants, applying for grants. When you already have a grant dropped in your lap, and the biggest decision is, what am I going to do with it? Make a decision. I wouldn't give it up. And now, especially, I understand you'll have to October anyway, that to me, not to consider taking that money and doing something good for the village is crazy. So I would encourage you, from my 40 years of experience working for big foundations in the city, don't turn a grant down. I appreciate that she got something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. Just a couple of quick comments. One is we could probably finance something gigantic if you saved some money by cutting the air conditioning down in this room. I mean, we're all freezing out here, so that could finance something.
It feels really warm up here. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you have on a jacket, you know. Second, regarding the Performing Arts Center, is there going to be additional parking provided if they open a Performing Arts Center over here? I mean, there's already tight parking back here when things are going on at the library. Strikes me as that certainly ought to be built into the plan. I really appreciate that you're moving ahead so quickly with plans for the parking, looking at the angle parking and all these different things. I didn't hear tonight, it seems that it keeps being mentioned that there is some sort of application through Park Mobile where you can identify where available spots are at any given moment. And I think that that's really a great idea because, as has been mentioned repeatedly, there's always ample parking at Cottage Place and certain other places. And so I know this has been mentioned, that Park Mobile has this app so that you could just look at it and say, okay, there's a spot here, here, and here, and then you wouldn't have to drive in circles. You might have to walk a couple blocks, but at least you could drive right to a space. Also, regarding the parking deck at Hudson Street, and the gentleman who spoke, I forget his name now, Jar, about the traffic and so on. At one time, there was discussion about having a small deck at Hudson Street, not 4 stories, 3 levels, or whatever, like a deck, and then maybe a deck at Cottage or something. I hope that that's still a consideration that would fit the lot. And it wouldn't have to be all aesthetically gorgeous if it was just a single level. And lastly, a comment that was made about investigations. I think we actually do know who killed Councilman Seaton's job. Thank you.
Okay. Just one final note. I just wanted to make a correction. When Jim Griffith said that I was giving an opinion about the width of the Hudson Street lot, I wasn't giving, no, that's right, I just want to correct that. I wasn't giving my opinion. I was actually stating a line out of the Walker report from March of 2015 that the lot was too narrow. It stated that the lot was too narrow for a self-parking garage at the Hudson Street lot. So it wasn't my opinion, it was the product of a Walker report. So that's it. Any other public comments? Mr. Saraceno.
I accept that correction.
We're still good. It's okay.
John Saraceno, 17 Coventry Court. Not surprised, disappointed. At the end of the day, what I think people fail to understand is that there's just a disagreement that people had at the planning board level and members of the council as to whether or not multifamily housing was a suitable option at the density levels as proposed or not. To think that, particularly in this town, any person can influence a process, particularly one that took 7 years. I actually started in 2007, so it's even longer. I remember Bernie when she was a council person the first time. It's just patently silly because it's impossible. There is no, with all due respect to our mayor, the mayor and the person sitting 2 seats away from it, there's not a terrible difference with regard to influence and power other than agendas and creating agendas. Every council person in the structure of our government that allows for a process. The planning board was voluminous. Susan sat on it for many a year, and she probably got in halfway through. It was probably 2 years before she got on it. And there was strident disagreement inside the planning board, and I don't believe it was ever a function of legal threats or otherwise. There were people that truly believed on the planning board that certain things should be and could be approved. As it relates to my conflicts that you always like to remind me of, and you made your speech on September 30th, and you've come at me a couple of times. I'm more than happy to have you ask me those questions again and go through those processes again. If you'd like to do it personally, we can sit down anytime you'd like. The sad part about all of it is today I got a phone call from private graduation in a jam to find a place to store a trailer. So, of course, they call the guy that's involved in Ken Smith and say, can you and Danny get us a spot because we're getting thrown out of BF because of his work. And I'm sitting there saying to myself, because I know this is on the agenda tonight, and I know what this is all about. And I'm like, do I really want to go and help? Because what's in it for helping? I'm going to be demonized. I'm going to be, guys getting up here saying that, I'm buying influence and I've had Paul Aronson. The funniest thing is I was telling some story to Ramon the other day. I actually, probably one of the few people that's ever been actually escorted out of this place by a police officer being held in contempt, and the council person that escorted me out and threw me out was Paul Aronson. When he was first elected mayor and killed the first garage, asked Dave Fond to have me escorted out of the building. So the world is an amazing place. But to think that I had anything to do, and with regard to the Christie event, or any in-kind contribution to Boyd, and the funny thing is, it's not like people don't know who I am. If you have a question, you have a comment, you know where to get me. You came to my event that night and asked me for an hour and a half questions, and we had a great dialogue, and a lot of people there that were supportive of me that attacked you, and I every single time told them, do not attack. I went to events with Lorraine Reynolds, who's my best friend, my son's best friend, it's our kid, and people attack her, and I tell them, you're not allowed to do it. It's not the way we treat people. It's courteous, it's with respect. We don't allow that in our town. And the idea that we're going to have, you can call it Watergate, that's crap. This is a witch hunt to intimidate me and other developers into changing the plan, because to Susan's point, completeness is rendered, and as a result of the 2008 Act that Governor Christie signed, there's certain limitations as to what can get accomplished with the plans as currently submitted. So I understand that. I've been here. I understand how this works. It's just not necessary, because you know where I live, you know how to get in touch with me, and when you wanted to talk to me, I was always there. Any one of you wanted to talk to me. I was asked yesterday, would I delay the development of Ken Smith to store cars for 8 months as the Hudson Street garage was going to get built? And I didn't stop a second. I didn't even think about it. I said, absolutely, positively, I'll cooperate in any way you want me to help you store cars, so that when Hudson Street's closed, there's another place to put them. And I knew that I was going to have this night tonight. That happened yesterday. So let's stop the silliness. Let's just stop the silliness. If you want to have a conversation, you know how to get in touch with me. Thank you.
Excuse me, John. I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Are you going to store the project graduation truck?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, I have another question for you real quick. Are you willing to take the 35 units per acre down to about 27, 26?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But I will tell you this. Here's what I will tell you, okay? And I've said this to other people 1,000 times. Nobody wants to hear it. I am seriously considering doing a condominium at the Enclave and not doing a rental. So that is a whole lot better than 26 units to the acre.
Right.
So that's why if people would just stop talking and start to listen, things would get accomplished in this town. Thank you.
Good evening. Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I don't think it's silliness. I don't think it's silliness at all. I think what needs to be done is to try to determine whether somebody who was elected or an appointed official did something illegal or unlawful. And if you find out that somebody did, they need to be thrown in jail. That's not silly. Thank you.
Okay. I think...
I get one more shot.
Okay.
Okay, so I am not by any means saying that if someone did something illegal, that it's silliness and they should be let to do something illegal. Okay. This issue has been raised as it relates to me in the Christie event to what Mr. Loving wrote in his letter by Matt on multiple occasions, dozens of occasions.
John, the investigation is not going to be about your Christie event. Don't worry about it.
I'm not even saying that it is, but that was what Boyd's letter is about and other things. So I get it. What I'm saying to you is that with regard to Boyd's letter, that's what I was discussing.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Jastrzębska, 215 Walton Street.
I need you to speak up a little bit. We can't hear you.
Elizabeth Jastrzemska, 215 Walton Street.
Could you be quiet, please, in the back? I can't hear her. Thank you.
What I would like you to keep in mind, character of the town. Ridgewood is the old town, established, we can see 1894. People who live here, they were born, they come for school or come for the look. And we have major street. We have Ridgewood Avenues, Maple, Franklin, Glen, Godwin, Ackerman. There's, at that time, when the town was established, how many cars were on a road? We didn't have cars yet, right? No. So the roads are narrow. There's no space for the traffic, for the cars, for the, high density, for the garage deck, and so on. Developers, why they want to come here? Do you know that New Jersey has the highest density per square kilometers in the States? There's plenty of space. Dakotas, Montana, Colorado, or closer Pennsylvania, which is on the 10 states. But please keep the character of the town, and that was not intention of the first people who live here. And safety is first. The South Broad and Hudson Street, I can imagine to have parking deck there. I mean, it's for safety. How many people who walk, I know, I have to walk 10 times to look if I'm safe to walk. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. No other public comments. We'll have a resolution to go into closed session.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on August 3rd, 2016 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as a matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include affordable housing litigation, special referendum election litigation, Ridgewood water mediation, citizen complaint potential litigation, and contract negotiations to include Zabriskie Lot and Town Garage. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 sec. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.